How's it going, Curtis? How's the stream sound? Is the music too loud? Is it too quiet? Am I too loud or too quiet? Can you even hear me? Just making sure the deck list is working and all of that. Resizing some things to make sure they're not in the way. Sounds good. All right, that's a good first step. It's been a while since I streamed on YouTube, so I had to get everything set up again. But I decided that YouTube is a little bit better of a viewer experience, so that's what we're going with today. Speaking of what we're going with today, we got Insidious Fungus on the docket. That's right, we're getting nasty today, and I'm excited to try this one out. I don't know that it will be good. The idea is essentially just one-for-oneing Explore for Fungus in this list, just to, I guess, kind of see how it goes. I looked through some other cards from Duskmourn, and I didn't really see any that I thought were super promising. There's like the big creature that you can pay to like channel it and return a land from graveyard to battlefield, but we don't have enough setup to make that work. And trying to play that sorcery mill 4 and and put something into your hand in order to enable that and be able to like call it into play or whatever. I didn't want anything to do with that because it's a little too slow for me. So I couldn't identify any other cards from the new set that we really want to try out. So just jumping straight in with 4 copies of Insidious Fungus seemed to like the thing to do. So that's what we're doing. And get this, we are on the MTGO creator account. So I have access to any and every card, and I'm still choosing to play good old Amulet Titan, although I got all the versions of the cards that I want. For example, I've got this version of the One Ring, which I think looks pretty nifty. But yeah, that's the plan. We're gonna be fungusing today. All right, let me go ahead and hit the start recording button, and I'll do the YouTube intro real quick. Hello and welcome, guys. Today we are playing Fungus Amulet. That's right, if you are way behind the loop, Duskmourn has released, and with it, it has brought the following insidious little card. 1 mana, 1/2 creature Fungus. Pay 2 and sacrifice it, destroy target artifact, or destroy target enchantment, or draw a card and put a land into play tapped. That's right, we've got Explore on a stick here, and it's got the added utility of killing artifacts and enchantments. It's a 1 mana, 1/2 creature, so it doesn't die to ping removal for whatever that's worth. It can block and trade with a Ragavan, for example. Not that Ragavan is really that played anymore. But it's also a packable Explorer. It's a packable artifact and enchantment hate card. I don't know that we're going to want to play 4 copies of this, but because the set just released and I want to see how good this card is, I want to play 4 copies of this. And you'll also notice that we're playing the Aftermath Analyst Spelunking version with 0 copies of Dryad. That's right, we're going to be doing it the hard way if we're going to be comboing at all. And we've got the 1 lonely copy of Azusa to pact for. That's because I think that being able to pack for Azusa could be a good idea. Otherwise, not a whole lot of crazy stuff is going on here. We're choosing not to play a Lumra or a Cultivator Colossus because those cards are just awful to draw and don't really do much on their own. I think of the 2, I'd rather have a Colossus than anything else, but I don't think that we'll particularly miss it since we've got Analyst as a backup plan and One Rings to try to draw into more stuff. So I think maybe 1 Colossus would probably be a good idea, but honestly, I don't even know. Maybe I'll just add the Colossus as a 61st card. Ignore the all caps. I'm sure it's fine. I'll have to update the deck list again. Unprofessional YouTuber here, guys. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's the one I want. That makes me feel a little bit better about playing Colossus, as I get to play this version. That was a totally normal laugh, don't worry about it. Let me just add 1 Cultivator Colossus to give us the beautiful 61 card main deck. Update that bad boy. All right, I think we're pretty much good to go. So let me close everything else. All right, and can you guys see the deck list in the description below? Usually I would try to make it so that typing in !deck, not in all caps, does something. That's how it would work on Twitch, but I don't think that it's working on YouTube. I had it fixed at one point, but it's just deck list in the description of the video, which I think will probably be fine, so. I could add that into the name, I suppose. Maybe not. Can't control it from here. Maybe if I go over here. All right, we'll just do that. And hopefully it will update. Okay, I think we got it all together. So without further ado, oh, I don't know if I mentioned this for the YouTube viewers, but this is also my first video as a official MTGO creator, which means I am using the Daybreak_RedFaceMenace account. And yeah, I guess in a way you could say that this video is sponsored by Wizards of the Coast, but really it's just they're giving me access to the cards and the means to be able to play a league, which is some play points. And you know, I could play any deck in the world. I could put together a $3,000 4-color, 5-color deck and try to go crazy, but the first thing that I want to do when I get this new MTGO account, of course, is play Amulet Titan. So, without further ado, let's jump into the first match. Thank you, Curtis. Let's see, not a friendly league. I'm not friendly today. Oh. I gotta make sure it's the right list though, because this is Analyst, and I don't wanna ruin it. Fungus. Like absolutely certain. There we go. Oh, and before, so maybe this is a little superstitious, but I've noticed that the shuffler can be kind of weird if you don't jump into an open play and like do a little bit of mulliganing / shuffling. So I'm going to do that. Oh man, I would have loved to have this hand though. Ugh, maybe I'm shooting myself in the foot here. Alright, that should be good enough. Alright, let's jump in. Hold on, I can go back to the deck list here. Alright. We're doing it. It's Fungus time. Are there any cards that you guys are excited for from Duskborn? Other than Insidious Fungus, of course. Alright, we're on the play here, which I love to see. Do we have a Fungus hand or no? Can we get a Fungus? Type 1 in the chat if you also are a Fungus. Well, weird hand. Very slow hand. We did get the Fungus as requested, but no Amulet is going to make me go ahead and mulligan this one. This hand is much better. We got Lotus Field to go along with our Analyst, which is fantastic. We get to play Fungus on turn 2 and activate it if we would like. We probably would do that. We'll keep this for sure. Oh, we have to put a card back. I guess it's probably Hanweir. Because we'll probably draw a land. We'll draw a land, I'm sure. Oh, you can't see my full username anymore. Oh, that's so sad. You got quite hyped seeing Fungus. Is this your first time? We'll see how it goes. Aha! See, we do have some Fungus in the chat. Seeming like there might be a bit of delay from the chat to when I see it, which is unfortunate. That means you guys are going to be screaming at me the perfect lines to take, and it will just be way too late. It'll be way too late. And quite sad. Alright, Fungus, we're going to need you to draw us into a land. Turn 1, Amulet. Your go, opponent. That's right. This is how we start the game. Turn 1 Amulet, turn 2 Fungus. Mwah! Chef's kiss. Marsh Flats. Is this a Giganthodon? It is. So probably Mardu or Boros. Could be either still. Ocelot Pride. Ooh, Urza Saga is a great one to put into play. Oh, we can do this at instant speed, right? So we can put a Saga into play at the end of their turn if we want to. That's pretty sick. All right, we'll go Vestige. We'll float a green for the Fungus. Play that bad boy, and pass straight to you. Yep, nothing here says that this has to be at sorcery speed, so we get to block this Ocelot Pride with our Fungus before we put in the Saga. That's just value right there. That's right. 1/2 Roadblocker. Take that, Ocelot Pride. Who would win in a fight? One silly little wall fungus or one mythic rare from a Modern Horizons set? I don't know, it's kind of debatable, y'all. And then we get to surprise our opponent with Urza Saga on their instep and untap and start making dudes. I guess the one downside is I'm not allowed to F6 here because our opponent could do something crazy to our Fungus. Right, Ajani is a pretty decent card. I've heard that that one's a good one. Would you like to attack Ocelot Pride? I did not think so. Instant speed. Oh, ooh, we could destroy our own Amulet, but let's not do that. Let's draw a card and put this Saga into play. Another Fungus, let's go! Okay. Instant speed Urza Saga? Oh, we can instant speed Bojuka Bog with this at some point if we really want to. We can also go for Analyst things here if we want to as well. It'll probably be better off trying to do that next turn with double Amulet. So we can just make our token value here, get second Amulet, and start doing Analyst things. Maybe cycling some Fungus if we can get like a bounce land into play or something. I don't hate it. Alright, let's just pass back. Okay, this might be a little too much Fungus, I don't know. Fungus also puts a creature in our graveyard for a Delirium, which is pretty cool. Galvanic Bombardment. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Attack a creature, deal 1 damage to any target. So they will be flipping Ajani here. Swing with the 2/1. And the 1/1. So if we make a token, it'll be a 2/2. We block the Pride, they can sack the cat, shoot our token, and then the Pride will first strike our thing away. And they'll flip Ajani. But we will essentially be not taking damage from either creature. We can also just wait. I think I'm just gonna wait. I'm okay with taking 3 damage here. Because we're about to make a token army here. We're about to have second Amulet and then 2 things in play, which would be 4 total artifacts for 4/4s. Yeah, at least we get to test the card. Fungus on turn 2 is quite good there. We'll just take our damage. Alright, and they're going for the bombardment anyways. So this way we get to keep a token around. By the way, if you're curious, the track list that I'm playing here as the stream background music is all music from my favorite game of all time, which is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of... Technically it's the Sky, but it's Time, Darkness, the Sky. They're all continuations of the same game. I would say Darkness is probably my favorite. Although, I don't know, Sky's pretty good too. They add a lot of good information into it. Alright, let's go ahead and make our token here before we lose the ability. And we'll make another token here. Ooh, Titan, huh? Okay. I see what you're saying. Opponent, I think you're probably dead. It's just the feeling that I have. Alright, so let's go Lotus Field. Stack our triggers quite correctly. And then we'll play, I guess, Titan into Analyst. Actually, I guess we play Analyst first. So that we can make a game plan around potential removal. Because this way, if they kill our Analyst in response, trying to stop us from comboing, we get to just return everything and play Titan and win. But now we might hit additional lands that let us play around stuff from our opponent. So let's activate this one. Bring back 15 lands. Alright, so we'll go Lotus Field. Tons and tons of Amulet triggers. Don't mind me. Yo, dog, I heard you like the stack. Let's float a green. I guess blue here as well. So we're gonna Titan, Mirror Pool the Titan. So we got the Mycosynth here as well. Okay, so we're gonna want to sacrifice Saga, and then we'll have land, enchantment, artifact, creature, so that'll give us Delirium. And then our Titan ETB can probably search for, Shifting Woodland and Mirror Pool, I'm assuming, and we'll have enough mana. Either way, let's go ahead and sacrifice Saga Lotus Field, because I think that's going to be correct regardless. We'll go Titan. I'm just going to use the blue for now. Leave some colorless floating for Mirror Pool. So if we go Mirror Pool, Shifting Woodland, we'll have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... gosh, the math on this is really hard. So we can tap the Shifting Woodland twice and the Mirror Pool to float 3. We have 6 floating, so that's 9, 10, 11, 12. We use 5 of the 12 in the untapped Mirror Pool down to 7 to activate on Titan, and if they do something, we would be 1 short of being able to copy Analyst and activate it, if I'm not mistaken. We could... What else can we do here? We can just search for a TOS bounce land, transmute for second Titan, play second Titan, and then go for a copy. Or we could just haste both and start doing Analyst things second main phase and probably not be dead. Oh, we could have copied Amulet with Mycosynth here. Well, let's go. I think we're going TOS bounce land into second Titan. Oh, but then we have Analyst in the yard, so we don't need to search for TOS to get Analyst. So I think we can go TOS bounce land. We can even sneak in a fungus or 2 here. Yeah, making third Amulet. I mean, that'll make our combo with Analyst a little harder to execute, but I mean, it's probably worth it. So we'll pick up the Growth Chamber, copy Amulet, play Fungus, activate Fungus. Let's draw a card and put a land into play. The One Ring, huh? Okay. Okay. Alright, let's just go ahead and cycle another Fungus because we can. And this will probably be more than enough mana to be able to do Analyst things after all of this resolves. So we'll pick up the T-West after we float all of our Growth Chamber mana, transmute and play second Titan, and then go to Mirror Pool one of our Titans, and if that doesn't work, we can Woodland, copy Analyst, and start going off that way. So let's go Mirror Pool. Oh, no! Oh, I didn't realize I was searching for T-West. I thought we'd already resolved a Titan. Oh well. Oh, that's really bad. Okay. Well, we have not cast any packs this turn, so we're at least not losing, but that was pretty bad. Titan to undo our mistake? Nope. Jesus. Well, that happened. I guess I'm attacking a Johnny. Sorry, guys. I was already in my head about what we were searching for with the Titan. I was like, okay, Titan's gonna get Mirror Pool and Shifting Woodland, and I clicked the Mirror Pool. Yep. It's alright. We're still gonna win this pretty easily anyways, but... I guess all they needed was Bolt and 3 creatures, but we still would have won through this by getting Woodland to copy Analyst and start going off. We would have been able to transmute Talari West for another Summoner's Pact, get Titan, and just kill our opponent with triple Amulet, so... We had a definitive kill there with Infinite Titans, but... It required me not to punt transmuting T-West for fucking Mirror Pool. You know what's funny is we probably could have recovered from that situation if I had kept the second fungus, or the third fungus in hand there, instead of just cycling both immediately. Interesting. Well, at least we got 2 6/6 Construct tokens here. Make 14 tokens. Yeah, that would be pretty impressive, not gonna lie. We're totally fine. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's not do that again. All right, so we have Fire Spouts for this matchup. I like bringing in a couple Dismembers, because killing their turn 1 play, be it an Ocelot Pride or a Energy Dude, can be useful. See, they are gonna have Blood Moons and little enchantments that interact with us, so we want Force for that, and Boseiju as well. I think that's about it. We don't need Cultivator. Spelunking is going to be very good. We can trim a little bit on Grazers. Probably don't need the 3rd Summoner's Pact, but I don't know. Against Blood Moon, we can trim Saga and Map, but probably not cut entirely. Let's trim 2 Sagas. And I guess 1 Pact. Oh, for the YouTube folks, after I edit it, I should probably... Oh, no! Okay, so we're taking out... which ones? 2 Grazers. Sorry, I gotta format this for the YouTube people, because they won't stick around for me explaining the things that I'm doing. They don't want to know why I'm bringing in the sideboard. They just want to see what I'm bringing in and what I'm taking out. That's all they care about. Sorry, guys. That's all you care about. And I know it. Let's see. What else? So there's these. What else were we cutting? The Saga's already in the sideboard there. The map. So we're cutting these 8 and bring in these 6. So we need to bring in 2 more. Or keep some of these. No, we bring in the Boseiju, that's what it is. Alright, so we're cutting these 7 and bringing in these 7 right here. And we'll hit submit. Sorry, at some point I'll learn to put them off to the side instead of just bringing them in and out. It's a change that I only kind of recently made so that people don't have to sit and watch me decide what to sideboard. This hand's pretty good. Not gonna lie, this hand is pretty decent. Oh, we have Fungus that kills Blood Moon. I totally forgot about this. Fungus just, like, annihilates Blood Moon, huh? We'll keep it. Yeah, it's possible with Fungus we don't need Force. I still think Force is just actively good against them, though, because they have the Stasis enchantment. Yep, 61 cards. I wanted to play that Colossus. I'm sorry. We get to live the dream! We get to live the dream! Look at this. I would like to roadblock you, Mr. Ragavan. No, thank you. If they attack, maybe we just don't block, so we get to untap and play Analyst and block with the Analyst instead. Who would win? One mythic $50 monkey or one insidious little fungus man? Or a woman, or it, or whatever you would want to call it. They Thraven Charm to kill our insidious fungus, huh? Okay. That's one card that they had to use that didn't destroy our Urza Saga, so that's nice. Alright, let's play a Saga, I suppose. And then we'll play Analyst. Hope our opponent doesn't just Blood Moon here, but I think playing out the Saga is going to be the way to go. We need to get this Amulet in play ASAP fast. You liking the Fungus so far, huh? Well, I would say let's reserve judgment until the end of the league, where we've seen the full breadth of what Fungus is capable of, huh? Let's not make any hasty decisions. We've seen exactly 2 games, and our opponent is playing a Ragavan. What? And our opponent's playing a Ragavan deck. I guess they can hop their Ragavan with Guide. That's pretty good. Well, we're not going to block that then, I guess. I'm very glad that we played out the Saga, because we are going to need to race this for sure. They exiled the Summoner's Pact and we just draw Summoner's Pact, huh? Thoughtseize Bug. Play out our Woodland here. We'll play one little Fungus and pass it back to our opponents. Blood Moon answer in play already, if we didn't already have the Force to back it up. Now we just need to find a Lotus Field or a Bounce Land, and we'll be pretty decent. Pretty well off, I would say. Just attacking with the Flying Ragavan makes sense. Yep, our Fungus is already doing double work covering Blood Moon for us here. Although it would kill our Saga, so it would still be very bad, don't get me wrong. Honestly, if they did have Blood Moon, it might be right to just activate Fungus to put the Beseiju in play and then end of turn Force. Or just try to eventually hardcast Force. I don't know. We'd have to think about it. Ocelot Pride. Okay. We're definitely activating Fungus here because if we draw a Bounce Land, then we get to play Titan. So let's draw a card and put this Beseiju in play. Unfortunately, the only thing we really milled with our Analyst was a Mycosynth Gardens, which is not quite good enough, I would say. All right, Bounce Land or Lotus. One of those two things. Second Amulet. Interesting. We don't have Map in the deck. Not that it would really do much anyways. We could Pact for Fungus and try to spike a Bounce Land now that we have double Amulet. We're going to have to take another hit from Ragavan and expose ourselves to Blood Moon for one more turn, but I think that's probably okay, because we have Beseiju and Force to cover if our opponent has Blood Moon. So we'll make a thing here, play second Amulet, and get one more attempt here. I think we just play... Oh wait, playing out second Beseiju doesn't do anything here, so no, we'll just pass. Hold on, does Analyst return these to play tapped? Oh, it does. So if we play second Beseiju intentionally and then return everything, it makes exactly 6 mana. So we have Titan next turn with activating Analyst. That's pretty cool. Legend ruling Beseiju on purpose. And here we can just yield until instep, because we ain't doing anything. Okay, so they're doing this to get the energy to jump something else. If they jump Raptor, we're taking 9. We block 2 things, take exactly 10, so we're dead here. Dead by 1 turn. We needed to find bounce land this last turn, and we would have been good. See if our opponent sees the line. It's also nice that Fungus is just a pack target for Answering Blood Moon. It's 3 mana in total and still requires green, but it's not that dissimilar to playing something like Foundation Breaker or Reclamation Sage. Plus, you can play it preemptively as well. So it's like a weird mixture between a Reclamation Sage and Seal of Primordium, both of which we've played in the past. It looks like they've probably seen the line. See what they jump here. Ooh, maybe not. They're giving us an extra turn. Thank you very much, opponent. I appreciate it. Jumping the Raptor was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. We'd block 2 things and take the other 1 from the cat, and we'd be dead. But that didn't happen, so let's block a cat token, I guess. It says first strike and flying, so we can't block it anyways. And we get to Titan them next turn because their math didn't math. See if they have a bolt in hand, perhaps? Maybe it's still lethal? Notice the 2 creatures here that didn't attack. Exactly 3 damage. Yeah, but all they had to do was jump the Raptor and we were dead. They exiled Fire Spout. No! So yeah, we don't need to draw anything to Titan here. We just float with the Boseiju, play the second one and keep the new one, pay 4, activate Analyst, and return 1, 2, 3 lands into play tapped with Amulet, which is exactly 6 mana to play Titan, and then Titan combos them. So they could still have instant speed removal for the Titan, potentially, and that would maybe stop us. We might be able to set up an Analyst loop here. We have Shifting Woodland in play also. Interesting. Can we play around removal spell because we already have Analyst going? That's a question. We'll also see what we draw, because that might inform it. Oh, do they have like a silence here or something? Oh my gosh, they actually do! Target player can't cast spells this turn. If it was kicked, creatures can't attack. Very cool. Very nice. Well then. That's an interesting way to lose. Okay. Well, let's just be faster in game 3 here. I want to have the extra Saga because we're going to be on the play. Probably don't care too much for map anyways. On the play we don't need Dismember though, so maybe we keep Saga map. And just go like this. Is Force overkill? I really don't think that it is, to be honest. Well, hello there, Mr. Tormon. Imagine seeing a legend such as yourself in the chat. This is a rare surprise. Do we want to trim Analyst for the 4th Saga? I feel like that's going too deep. And I do feel like the forces are actively good. That way we can use our Fungus for ramp as intended. Or for chump blocking monkeys. I'm just gonna submit. Alright, on the play. Turn 1 Saga hand. Spelunking as a backup Amulet if needed. I mean, unless they have like a Wear and Tear that kills our Saga, this hand is quite good. I think we're supposed to keep it. I'm gonna keep it. No, we couldn't have won through Silence with the Dryad Valcut because that would require us to actually play the Dryad. We'll play Saga and pass. in theory, if there was a way to guarantee that we got like a surveil land, which I don't play by the way, but a surveil land in play and looping with Analyst to then copy Dryad from the graveyard and also get a Valakut in play, that would probably work, I guess. So Echoing Deeps is interesting here. I guess we're playing... I mean, we could just play the Deeps, so when we play Lotus Field, we sacrifice it, bring it back, and have double Lotus Field. That's actually pretty good. So next turn, we have 4... Play Spelunking, perhaps? You think we want Grazer over Fungus? I kind of disagree. I think Fungus does similar things to Grazer, but Fungus lets us play around them having like Blood Moons and enchantments and stuff. I think, and it's also just an Explore effect. Like, Grazer's okay to chump block, but they're really not that fast, and we have Fire Spouts and stuff to slow them down, but realistically, they just can't really interact with us that well, so if we try to be fast and kill them quick, I don't think there's much they can do about it. See what they reveal here. Worm's Chant. That one is a bit of a non-bow with Antraptor, huh? We have 5 mana this upcoming turn. We go down to 2 to Spelunking and just put in Lotus Field, doesn't do much, so we still need to draw something here. Today is Fungus Day. Analyst. Ooh, that one's really good. That probably lets us win here. And it's because I played the Echoing Deeps as well. So I'll show how this works. So we're going to float from our Echoing Deeps, and we're going to play Lotus Field, which will be untapped thanks to Amulet, which we can yield to for now. And we float green. So now we have... Oh, we don't have enough to activate Analyst. It's a little annoying. One short. So we... Spelunking and play Analyst, I suppose. And then next turn we can activate Analyst and win. So we can put... I guess we keep the Seiju in hand here. So we play... I guess... Cavern? Naming... Giant. And so now, next turn, we have Analyst already in play, assuming they don't kill... like, make us not have it in play. And the next turn we can play Lotus Field, pay 4, and bring everything back with Analyst and have easy Titan mana. So that's gonna be the plan. If we had 6 mana that turn, we could have played an activated Analyst and brought back Lotus Field plus Echoing Deeps, copying Lotus Field to be able to play Titan, but we were one short. Welcome, Paul. Glad that you're joining us. The line with Fungus is that it's a potential replacement for Explore, because for 3 mana it lets us draw a card and put something in play. Ooh, Static Prison hitting Amulet doesn't do anything because we have Splunky now, so we actually still get to combo them here. But yeah, Fungus is able to be an Explorer, but it's also a packable artifact / enchantment removal spell. How's it going, Gorilla? We're hopefully about to win a game here. This is a good turnout for a YouTube stream. I don't stream on YouTube too particularly often. And y'all chose a good day because we get to... I should just stop being live. I hit 4, which is the one for no, instead of 3. Wow, I suck at this, dude. Oh my gosh, that's so game losing. I'm sorry, guys. I'm punting for content. That's what I'm doing. I did that intentionally for sure. Now we just lose. I did post on Twitter. Pain. I can't complain because it's got to be so much more frustrating for you guys. It's got to be so much more frustrating for you. All I had to do was just not click the button. All I had to do was just scroll over here and click yes, but instead I gotta... Yes, I did post to Twitter. I can post it in the chat here. That's so discouraging, man. All right, guys, everybody unsubscribe. I've got to learn somehow. This is the time. This is when the Red Face Menace channel just died. MTGO creator, by the way. What happened to our land? Oh, that's right. We sacrificed them all. Did our graveyard get exiled too? What happened? Oh, Thraben Charm to exile the graveyard. I didn't even know this card did that. And we had the win there. Ah, it's so frustrating. And I have no one to blame but myself. So one thing that's interesting about me that you'll notice, I very rarely get tilted in-game by things, especially by opponents. Like, it usually doesn't bother me that much. But the one thing that always tilts me and completely trashes my mood is when I make a mistake, because I have no one to blame but myself. Alright, well, that was on me. Should have won, but that's alright. We'll just jump in for the next one. Maybe I'll have to play a second league, because I have the time. I just get too excited. I jump into things. Alright, we'll just calm and cool reset for match 2 here. All is not lost. I'm just trying to hide the fungus tech. We don't want that showing up in the 5-0s. I will say that fungus looked pretty dang good in that match, I'm not gonna lie. 2 leagues, what could I say? God all day. I don't know, we'll see how Mind Sludge I am by the end of this league. See, that's a great question, and I wish I could give you a great answer, but the reality is I'm not entirely sure. I think it's just that Explorer more easily enables double Amulet combos, like you explore into bounce, you explore into bounce land and you make +2 mana, whereas if you have double Amulet and you play Rumble, you only get 1 mana out of it, so it's always mana negative. There's some situations where you can Rumble into something relevant, but they're not the majority of situations. This hand's really awkward. We can potentially play a turn 3 ring here, but we're also on the draw. I'm just gonna mulligan and find an Amulet hand. Like that. Keep that one. And we got a ring too. Okay. Am I crazy for wanting to just put back the Analyst here? Maybe we don't need the Grazer? I guess we can put back the Grazer. Keep everything else. I think that's fine. Ooh. Oh, the mirror. Yeah, I think it has to do with Rumble usually being mana negative and double Amulet turns, and Explorer being mana positive. I don't hate Rumble, though. I know some people are, like, super against the card, but I don't think it's that bad. See where our opponent has here. If they go land Spelunking into setup for combo turn for turn 3, then we could be in a lot of danger. But if they just like don't really have anything relevant, if they just go like tap land pass here, could be okay. Wesley pretty much hit the nail on the head. A lot of people are valuing speed over the consistency of Rumble, and I think it makes sense. Explore from our opponent here. Speak of the devil. Oh, they have Amulet. Okay, so they're probably going to be able to win next turn. So, bounce land. We can play Lotus Field to go for ring here, but I just don't think that that's really going to be the play. We can play Gruul Turf Analyst now, potentially, and just hope our opponent doesn't combo us. I think that's the only way we're realistically winning here. They would have to have Titan plus another 2+ mana land. I guess we're just playing Analyst and passing. Unfortunately, I punted away the games against Energy. by being a goof. How do we only mill? Oh, it's 3 cards, yep. We hit Wolf Run with our Analyst, which is a thing that happened. Our opponent's tapping 3 mana here. It doesn't look like they're casting a Titan immediately, so maybe we get to untap here. If we get to untap, we probably just win. Spelunking. Okay, so I think that's probably good news. They're still up to... If they have Bounce Land plus Lotus Field, they can get up to Titan mana here. I think that's... Or they have Bounce Land, Titan, plus like another Grazer. Or like a second Amulet. They have to have some weird combination of cards to be able to get there. It looks like they don't have it. Basic Forest, huh? Rewarded for the play Analyst and pass line. Okay, so we're gonna float with Saga, get second Amulet, play Lotus Field, play Titan, copy Titan with Mirror Pool, Lotus Field, bring everything back with Analyst, copy Titan again, and get shifting. Make sure we sacrifice the Saga to one of the Lotus Fields, and then get Shifting Woodland and start comboing that way. See, sometimes I know what I'm doing. It is worth noting, if our opponent just has, like, Bounce Land Ring here, we actually can't win, but we can potentially Boseiju all of their things. Oh, we drew the Mirror Pool. That's actually really bad. Interesting. Okay, so... what do we do now? Well, Lotus Field is definitely the very first step. Can't really get around that. So let's play Lotus Field. Just write GG in the chat. We could just go for the normal double Amulet kill. Oh wait, we have Mirror Pool, so we can't do that exactly. So if we Titan leave 1 floating, get Bounce Land T West, float 6, we'll have 7, transmute down to 4, play Grazer down to 3, put a Mirror Pool, and we'll be 1 short of... Oh wait, we can activate Analyst here to get a ton of mana, and then Grazer and Mirror Pool, and be able to win from there, I think. So we're definitely playing Titan here, that's for sure. So we can get... Oh, and our opponent just scoops. So we could potentially have gotten Bounce Land, Talaria West, activate Analyst, get a ton of mana, transmute for Summoner's Pact, pack for Grazer, Grazer and Mirror Pool, copy Titan, and then been able to go off that way. I think that would have worked. Double Field. That would potentially let us... Well, we wouldn't be able to haste our Titan. I think it would have been Bounce Land, Talaria West, activate Analyst to bring everything back, and then transmute for Grazer, Grazer and Mirror Pool Titan, and then start doing Analyst combo things from there. I think that would have gotten it. Oh, do we have Cave in the list? I don't know if I have it. Nah, I don't have an Urza's Cave. Probably could choose to include that. Oh, and we have Fungus to kill our opponent's Urza Sagas, by the way. Bring in the forces, bring in the... Hold on, wait. I remembered this time. I remembered to do it this way, so the YouTube video watching audience has the better experience here. So we probably don't need Cultivator. Could probably trim an Analyst, and I don't think that's crazy. And then Tavern of Souls is probably weak. I think Fungus is actively good. One Rings are middling, but they're, like, okay. Honestly, maybe it's better to keep Colossus than it is to keep the Ring. Or, like, Analyst. I think maybe Analyst is better than Ring. I don't know if Cultivator is better than Ring or not. Honestly, I think random Greenland probably is better than Ring, too, because Ring's just too slow against them. Cultivator and Ring. I don't have an official sideboard guide. I've never made one. No, Spelunking we definitely want to keep because our opponent could have their own like forces and interaction for our sagas and amulets, in which case Spelunking as a backup amulet is super important. I think I like Colossus better than Ring, but it's close. So we're boarding out 3 rings and bringing in these 3 things. Alright, this hand is garbage. So a mulligan. This is an example of why Ring's not great here, because look at what it's doing here. Pretty much nothing. Yeah, we're gonna have to go to 5. Alright, we're gonna have to keep this also. So we can just turn 3 Spelunking. So we can put away, let's say, Basic Forest, keep the Force to interact with our opponent, maybe trying to pitch Grazer. So we could maybe keep these. We're on the draw, so we're likely to find either more lands or like a green spell to pitch. I think we're more likely to draw lands than another green spell that we want to pitch with Force, so it's probably better to keep this. This also enables us to have Lotus Field as a way to get to Titan, so I think we're keeping these. Yielding through the turn here, let our opponent think that they can just do whatever they want, and then on their upkeep we're gonna blow them out with Force. Force is a good pickup, not gonna lie. Alright, so on upkeep, I have a surprise for you, opponent, and it's not a fun surprise. We'll exile a Grazer to send our opponent back to the Stone Age. Actually, opponent, you are the one who mulliganed, not me. Tap T-West, love to see it. Ooh, Urza Saga is super good too. Alright, we're in, guys. We are so in. Ooh, opponent has Urza Saga. Should we just Beseiju this now? We kind of want to play our Spelunking. I'm just going to let them have it. Grazer, huh? So we go Beseiju, Spelunking, and Growth Chamber, pick up the Beseiju, kill their Saga, perhaps? Spelunking. Ooh, Bounce Land is perfect here. Bounce Land, okay. Hitting yes this time. Now we get to Beseiju their Saga again on upkeep. I mean, we could wait to see if they have an Amulet or Spelunking or something. If they play, like, land Spelunking here, I don't think we care that much. I'm still just gonna hit the Saga. Now if we draw a Titan, we just get to do Titan things. I like doing Titan things. What about y'all? Hanweir. And this chat is why you keep Spelunking in the mirror, because look at our opponent. We killed 3 of their Urza Saga / Amulet effects, and because they kept in Spelunking pose board, they still have a route to get to Titan with untapped lands. This is why you never ever board out Spelunking in the mirror. We're also using our own Spelunking to insulate ourselves. Alright, Titan off the top. Titan off the top. I don't even know if it would be good enough, to be honest, but... I mean, it's got to be at least as good as our opponent's Titan. And potentially, Analyst would be good enough. We probably, like, float mana from our land, play Analyst, then play Bounce Land, and with the bounce trigger on the stack, then we activate Analyst, so we at least get to Beseiju one of their things. That might be good enough to buy us a turn. No, they have Force too. Okay, well, now we probably lose. Amulet's not bad. We will play it. We have Titan mana next turn through our opponent's Force. Again, they Force, but because we have multiple redundant Amulet effects, it doesn't hurt us that bad. They had to force the Spelunking in Saga as opposed to, like, Amulet in Saga, and now we don't have a backup way to get to Titan. Although our opponent may have Titan here, so... It might all be for naught. They've returned Tolaria West. Oh, and they passed? Titan, 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 Titan! Yes! Okay. 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 Alright, let's get our Titan into play here. Thank you, Arboreal Grazer, for doing some heavy lifting. We will cast our Primeval Titan. It may not be good game just yet, because we still have to stop our opponent from being able to win here. So we're definitely going to Hanweir and Haste. I guess maybe off of Vestige. Because we can't set up, like, loops with Analyst second main phase. I guess... Yeah, there's no way to do that. So we're gonna go Hanweir. I think Vestige is fine. Float red with the Vestige. Haste that one. So, like, I think the best we can do is, like, bounce land Boseiju here. We Boseiju their Spelunking, I guess. And then even if they have a Titan, it doesn't do anything. I think that's the only real choice that we've got. If they have Amulet in hand that they've been sandbagging, then it's not great for us. Let's hit this Spelunking now. They could play, like, land, Amulet. They could just play Amulet and then Titan, and then we still maybe are in trouble, but I think because our Titan is already in play, we'll still be fine there. I don't know, we'll see. Now, there's no way to win here. We just have to try to stop our opponent from being able to do much. And I think hitting Spelunking is the best way to do it. They do have the Amulet. So they have the Titan. If they have the Titan, then we're racing, but we were the first to play our Titan, which means we're probably winning the race. Probably. So we gotta pay for our pact. But then we can maybe try to set up, like, transmuting for Analyst and being able to Boseiju all of their things. We don't have enough Lotus Fields for that yet, though, with only one Amulet. Oh, we don't have any Lotus Fields, actually. Because we'd have to be able to have Bounce Land, Talari West, and Lotus Field all going. Bounce Land to pick up the T-West to transmute, and Lotus Field to be recurring with the Analyst. We could try to just hit a Lotus Field off of our Analyst, or just mill other things that are good. I don't know. Plus, we get to draw for turn, so they have Lotus Field themselves. And Shifting Woodland in play on their side. They have Enchantment Land Instant Sorcery Artifact. So they have Delirium with Shifting Woodland. They can start doing Analyst things here. But I don't know that that will be... Let's see, they can transmute Talaria West. And then it'll depend off of... Let's see, they sack the Lotus Field. That'll make blue for them to retransmute, but it won't be enough to Titan. So they still have to hit some stuff off of Analyst if they go for Analyst here. And I do believe they have the T-West in hand. That I'm pretty sure they picked it up earlier. Our opponent has to get lucky off of their Analyst to win from this spot, I think. Mycosynth to copy Amulet would be alright, but the problem is, unless we draw something, that doesn't do anything in and of itself. We're probably locked into this upcoming turn, if we don't draw anything relevant, getting either Boseiju Bounce Land again, or like T-West Simic Growth Chamber to be able to transmute and try to do Analyst things. Although, depending on what our opponent puts in their graveyard here, we might be able to get Echoing Deeps to copy something from their graveyard. It's gonna be interesting. They could transmute for a Titan. So they could, like, sack Lotus Field, land, let's say Commercial District, and then they play Titan, haste off of Vesuva, copy Hanweir, and, like, another Lotus Field. No, but it still doesn't give them enough mana second main phase to transmute for Analyst, so I don't know. We'll see what they come up with here. Sack, bounce land, Lotus Field. That makes sense. That way they can hit something that they can bounce back into their hand to try to interfere with what we're doing after they Analyst here. Like, they can hit, like, Boseiju or something. Or bounce the Tolari West to be able to transmute it again. But then they won't have enough green? I don't know. It just depends on what they hit with their Analyst here. Lumra. Oh, is this infinite with Lumra? I think this is infinite with Lumra because they just happen to put together Mirror Pool plus Lumra. The Mirror Pool that they milled as a one-of off of the commercial district. Okay. Yep, we had a lot of draws that let us win here, but I think our opponent has found the win a little faster than us. So every time they make a Lumra, they are legendary, so they have to sacrifice one. They're not making infinite creatures here. However, they mill 4 every time Lumra comes into play. So they basically get to mill their whole deck here. They sacrifice Lotus Field and Gruul Turf for the... Well, they don't get to mill... It depends on what they hit off the Lumra, because they need the colorless every time. So they don't have a combo here necessarily. They have to sack... Oh, they can sack Crumbling Vestige. So they do Lotus Field, Crumbling Vestige, and that's 5 mana every time they loop Lumra back, and that lets them bring the Mirror Pool back after they sacrifice that too. So they can mill 4 every time they do this loop, mill their whole deck, and put all the lands into play. And eventually, they will have enough mana floating to play a Titan and start doing Analyst combo things, where they're sacrificing Hanweir and Lotus Field to haste all of the Titans that they put into play after copying all the Titans with Mirror Pool in a similar way. So I think we're just deterministically dead here. But they didn't sacrifice the right things. They had to sacrifice Lotus Field, Crumbling Vestige, I think. I mean, so they can do this because they have the Sagas untapped, but... What? What are you doing, opponent? They only have 1 green floating. They can still Mirror Pool here, so... I think they're good. They Mirror Pool Lumra, bring everything back, but then they only have 1 colorless floating, so if they do the loop wrong a second time, then we get to untap. So I'm not going to concede here, because they can mess this up, but they have to sack, I believe, Lotus Field and Crumbling Vestige. Or rather, they have to sacrifice Crumbling Vestige and Lotus Field, because Vestige is giving you that super important colorless mana to activate Mirror Pool, otherwise they don't have the loop. Boseiju. Okay. Okay. So now they loop back everything with Mirror Pool, but they get 0 colorless mana, so they don't get to Mirror Pool copy their Lumra again. Unless they mill over a colorless land with the Lumra, which they could, which would be lucky. Echoing Deeps. If they copy something here, then... Yeah, Echoing Deeps is the lucky colorless source they need to be able to copy Lumra here again. But they didn't do that. They don't have enough colorless. I don't think our opponent knows. I guess they could have a land play for turn, maybe? I thought they played the Lotus Field, though. Yeah, opponent, you don't have colorless to activate Mirror Pool, so... Don't know that we can win regardless, though. We have to draw an Amulet effect at this point. Oh, they're going to transmute T-West for Analyst and then do Analyst loops. That works too, I guess. Maybe that's faster? They did return Talari West, so... that works too. I think they just had lethal by mirror pooling Lumra over and over again, and I think it would have been faster. Because you just sack Lotus Field, Vestige, mirror pool copy, and then bring everything back, and that's like so much faster to loop. Yeah, and they have the Woodlands in play. So, I mean, this works too, I guess. Alright, well, I am not gonna make us sit here while our opponent wins, because they clearly have an idea of what they're doing here, so... I guess I'll make them show me the second Analyst, because in theory they may not have another Analyst, but obviously they will. Oh, they have Analyst in the yard, so yeah, they just do that. Alright. Next game. We could bring in Bog against them. I don't know if that's crazy or not. We can instant speed Bog with Insidious Fungus also. Is that too cute? Is it better than the Ring? It might be. Because they can win through Ring with Analyst anyways. I'm gonna do it. Do it for the memes. Alright, on the play. We have turn 1 Amulet, turn 2 Spelunking. I mean, I'll keep it. Here's our Amulet. That was a crazy game. The amount of interaction that we had back and forth there. They have turn 1 Amulet also. Alright, more lands is not exactly helpful here. Let's play our Spelunkin. Fungus! Let's go! We can Fungus away their Amulet next turn, potentially. I am just gonna slam that thing. Imagine if Fungus was one to activate. It would be so good. We can Insidious Fungus to kill their Amulet of Vigor. Or we could just use it to explore. Nothing wrong with that. Second Amulet. Alright, well, our opponent's probably gonna kill us. Analyst. Well, we can explore with Fungus to see if we hit second Amulet and then try to do Analyst things, but I don't know that that's good enough. We can just Fungus away one of their Amulets, I suppose, and play Analyst and pass, and maybe try to go for the win next turn, depending on what we draw. If we activate Fungus, we could potentially draw a Force of Vigor and hardcast it. I don't know if that would be our route to trying to win here. Probably we just have to kill an Amulet and play Analyst here, but I just don't necessarily feel like that's winning for us. I guess we'll have to draw like a Titan. Sack when they Titan. They're not going to get mapped next turn anyways. And we didn't mill any land. Force of Vigor was 2 down, so if we drew with Fungus trying to hit Force, we would not have gotten there. I think we have to kill an Amulet. We don't really have much going on. But we could just top deck a Titan, so I guess we're killing an Amulet. Here we go. And now we just have to top deck something. Another Fungus actually wouldn't be bad. We get to draw a Fungus, play it, and kill their Urza Saga before it pops off and leave them with a single land and an Amulet in play. That wouldn't be bad. Cast again, pass. I can live with this. Fungus is a good draw. Titan's a good draw. Pact is a good draw. Cavern is not a good draw. That one does not count as a good draw. Alright, well, now we just hope and pray that our opponent has absolutely nothing going on over there. Swing one. Take that, opponent. Unlucky. We had so many good draws, including 3 more funguses. Force of Vigor would have won on the spot. This is music from the soundtrack of the game Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of the Sky. Also known as my favorite game of all time. They have a bounce land. Oh yeah, we could have maybe Kessigged it if we had played Gruul Turf. Man, we missed on the value. We could have styled on our opponent after they just styled on us. They have Urza's Cave here, so I'm assuming they can set up pretty much whatever they want. They can cave for Lotus Field, float a bunch of mana, do Analyst things, bring back the cave. Cave lets them do whatever they want here pretty much. Alright, opponent, just play literally any spell that is a game-winning spell so I can hit the concede button. Oh, if they're trying to cast Cultivator Colossus, they don't have it because they don't have the triple green, so you'll have to do something a little different than that. Grazer. Okay. Gruul Turf, and here's the Cultivator Colossus, I'm assuming. Well, I'm not scooping the Cultivator Colossus because it depends on how many lands they have in hand. They should maybe cave for a bounce land to float mana and then return it to hand so they have an extra draw with Cultivator, but oh, they're just packing for Titan. Okay, that's good enough for me. You have got it. You have bested me. Match 3. I'll probably have to play a second league. Depending on how this one goes, if we just end up losing another match, maybe I'll just scoop this league up and start from fresh. As if nothing ever happened. You guys saw nothing. Singleton Scapeshift. It's probably fine. I'm gonna be honest, I've been having second thoughts about Analyst in general. It's so annoying to execute. Like, it's obviously very powerful and lets us get infinite Titans in the combo turn so we can win against any life total. But like, it's so annoying to me. I just don't like the way it plays. So we can go turn 1 Fungus or turn 1 Saga. Against Watergrave Preordain, I think I'm more inclined to play turn 1 Fungus. I guess they could Fatal Push it, which would be annoying, but then we can start maybe activating Saga. I think it's okay to sandbag Saga, so I'm gonna play the Fungus. So the idea behind Scapeshift is that you can sacrifice it on 4 lands and get like Lotus Field, Talaria West, Bounce Land, and let's see, it's 3, 4, 5, 6. Second Lotus Field, so double Lotus Field, Bounce Land, Talaria West, and set up to combo. Is that correct? Alright, we'll play Saga, and we'll be able to instant speed Fungus in a Vesuva or something. Oh, we even get to attack for 1 here because of value. I'll make sure this doesn't tap, right? Now we're good. Swing 1. Take that, opponent. That's right, we've got attackers here. Yep. We get to instant speed this. If our opponent were to just like play basic Swamp Magus, we could then instant speed Vesuva Copy Forest in response. Psychic Frog. Okay, I think I am going to copy our Saga here. It's so weird. I could accidentally misclick one of these other things and like be forced to kill our Saga or Amulet or something. That would be really, really bad. Maybe I should stop floating the mana beforehand. I'm just going to Vesuva Saga here, though. Untap land to play Fungus and still make a token would be great. Ooh, Amulet is perfect. No notes. Amulet is perfect. So let's go... I guess we go Amulet, bounce land, pick up... float with Forest, pick up Forest, play Fungus, and be able to activate instant speed. See if they have Spell Pierce for the Amulet first and foremost. They don't. Alright, so let's go Gruul Turf. Pick up the Forest here. Play Fungus. And, I don't think there's any way to get to Titan mana here. We could pay 2 to go up to 3 mana to put in Lotus Field. We have 4. If we had, like, second Lotus Field or something to copy, then we could, like, have packed it for Grazer, perhaps, but... I guess we're just passing. Yeah, top deck Amulet was quite good here. Pack for Grazer puts us up to 5 mana. Does not get us to Titan. Alright, they're gonna grow their frog here. I suppose. It's fine with me. I would probably chump block anyways. I mean, we don't have to. They're jumping their frog and intentionally leaving Spell Snare in the graveyard. So I guess they could have Snap Spell Snare to interact with Analyst if we tried to go for it. Well, we can't block it because unfortunately the one thing Fungus does not do is have Reach. I'm thinking that they did that in that way specifically so they could leave Spell Snare in the graveyard. Although they discarded the Spell Snare before, and they had these 3 in the graveyard before, so I don't really know why they discarded the Spell Snare on purpose. Okay, so 4 mana, they could like hardcast Subtlety perhaps? So I think as opposed to using Fungus, I'm going to activate Saga here. Give us a little bit of a backup plan. So we're in main phase. So we can make a copy with, we can make a token with Saga. Get Amulet. Nah, there's no reason to do anything immediately. So let's just float here. We want to float with the correct Saga first. Because there might be some tech stuff we can do with Fungus here and still have enough mana to Titan. I'll have to double check though. So we get Amulet here. We can copy with Saga, get 3rd Amulet, play Lotus Field, Fungus in Growth Chamber, and still have like tons and tons of mana. How much mana is that exactly? So we activate, leave 1 floating, get Amulet, play Lotus Field up to 10, activate Fungus down to 8, put in Bounce Land up to another 6, 14. That lets us cast Titan into Colossus, perhaps? How's it going, Bradley? Alright, I guess Titan into Colossus is going to be the move, because it also plays around them having Snap Spell Snare here. Go get 3rd Amulet. We could potentially put in the Bounce Land in response to the Lotus Field if we wanted to bounce our Lotus Field to hand. We could do that. Alright, let's play Lotus Field. Float. Float. So we could potentially lose here if our opponent has Counterspell plus Subtlety, but then we would die to our Pact. I don't know if that's worth playing around. Playing the Titan at least is free here, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Just hard cast Subtlety. Okay, that's fine. I guess we want to... Oh, we could just draw the Titan back with a Fungus and then replay it. So we don't even have to pack. We'll put that on top, and now we'll activate Fungus to draw a card and put a bounce land on the battlefield. And now we get to replay the very same Titan they just subtletied. That's not bad. That ain't bad. Oh, it just automatically returns our lone land here now. It didn't used to do that. That's pretty cool. Okay. If they had another subtlety or something, they would have at instant speed answered our Titan. I guess they could have force, in which case we have double Summoner's Pact. Like we can get... Oh, we have Telarios in hand. We can get like double bounce land up to 12, 13, 14 mana, transmute down to 11, but that doesn't let us play like Colossus and Titan. We can get Lotus Field bounce land, float 9 plus 6 is 15, plus the 2 we have floating is 17, transmute down to 14 and be able to Colossus and like and then have backup Pact. We have Delirium also. I think it's going to be Lotus Field bounce land. No, wait, yeah, Lotus Field bounce land, and then we can double Pact here. And that lets us play around them having force. Just go... I guess we might as well keep the bounce land in hand. We could just copy Titan, but this way we get to put a Cultivator Colossus into play also. And I guess if we're going for a Colossus, we might as well pick up the Lotus Field instead. Now, let's pick up the bounce land. So now we can transmute. We have 14, so that should be enough to Titan and Colossus. So we'll cast Summoner's Pact, and if they have force, it doesn't stop us. It just resolved, though. So now let's go for, I guess, Titan. And then we'll go Gruul Turf, Haste Land, pick up the Haste Land. Yeah, we'll go Gruul Turf Battlements, pick up the Battlements, Pact for Colossus, and see if we can draw a red source to be able to use it. Oh, we'll actually have red floating, so we'll be fine. I'm trying to do this quickly. Our opponent is asking if we're going for Aftermath. We don't even have to. So now we just pick up the Hanweir, and we go for Colossus instead. And just leave the red floating. There's an Analyst too. And another Titan. Alright. And Wolf Run. Alright. We'll go from here. I think this is probably lethal. I don't know about you guys, but I think this is lethal. We'll put these Hanweirs on the bottom. Yeah, we don't even have to show our opponent the Analyst here, although they know that we have it, so... So what we were going to do is haste our Cultivator using our red floating and Hanweir, and then leave Hanweir untapped. Play second Titan, haste second Titan, and then use whatever remaining mana we have to just dump Kessig into one creature and just attack for a large amount and kill our opponent. Alright, so against our opponent, we want Vexing Baubles because they counter all their 0 mana stuff like Subtleties and Forces and things like that. Defense Grid, so they can't do much. Bojuka Bog. Dismembers for Magus. And Sky Troll. And then against them, what we want to cut is Grazers for Certain. Could probably even trim the extra Grazer since we have Azusa to pack for as well as Fungus if we have multiple amulets. So we probably just don't need Grazer at all. We can trim a Summoner's Pact. See, and then we probably shave on at least an Urza Saga, if not 2. Two more cards. I guess it's just the other 2 sagas. I was thinking it would be kind of nice to have a second copy of the Mycosynth Gardens to bring in from the sideboard when we're cutting all of our sagas like this, but you know, it's fine. So a lot of cards to side out, but this is how we're doing it. So we're taking out these 10 and bring in these 10. This is a very awkward hand. It's not necessarily bad, but we have not yet played Azusa, no. Yeah, we gotta mulligan this. It's just a little too slow. Well, this hand has, like, no lands. And 3 Titans. Alright, we'll go to 5. I guess we'll keep it. Bottom a redundant Titan. Honestly, maybe just Lotus Field. These together make Titan mana, though. I feel like we need all the lands here, though. Let's just bottom Titan, and we can top deck more threats, and the One Ring is, like, easily castable, so... Oh, wait, they play the 1 mana counter a colorless spell, though. Alright, drawing Bouncing kind of fixes our problems. I was thinking about keeping One Ring because it allows us to potentially cast Defense Grid or like Analyst and One Ring in the same turn. So like double threat easier. So it's more likely to stick. But I wasn't thinking about the fact that they have whatever the new Annul card is. I forget what it's called. That can counter our Ring for 1 mana. So maybe keeping Ring as our threat here, you know, with that being a possibility is not the best plan, but... Well, we have Sky Turtle to bounce temporarily a Magus if they have it. And they might be digging for it too. Put a card on top. They put a card on top with their previous sewers too, so they're just keeping everything on top. It's just all good, I guess. If they play Magus, we will play Lotus Field and pass. Frog. Well, we can bounce that too. Probably not worth it, but we could. If we play Forest Spelunking, we're almost certainly getting hit with the Spell Pierce, but not much we can do about that. And I think we do want to play Spelunking here. That's what I'm going for. Alright, Spell Pierce me, opponent. Let's see it. No Spell Pierce, huh? Fungus. Alright, let's pick up the Forest. Do we just slam Analyst? We could just play Fungus and pass. Analyst allows us to potentially block their Frog and make them discard a bunch of cards. If they want to get through the Analyst. Oh, they could be holding up Spell Snare. Maybe that's why they have the 1 mana. I'm gonna play Fungus. Next turn, we have enough mana to go Ring and Analyst, and they probably have to deal with both. If we play Analyst first, then we could potentially just bring everything back and have lots of mana. See what our opponent has with their Fetch, Shock, Watery Grave. Flying Psychic Frog. Okay. I don't know that I was planning to block anyways, but, you know, that's fine. Weird play if I'm being honest, but that's fine. I guess they didn't want to discard a card. Oh, another Analyst is quite interesting. So do we just commit the Analyst this turn? Like, or commit the Lotus Field this turn? We can always instant speed Frog. Like, if we play Forest, then Analyst, and they try to kill the Analyst with a trigger on the stack, we can, like, Frog the, or we can Fungus in the Lotus Field and be able to activate Analyst at instant speed. But I don't know how much that really does for us. Hardcast Turtle. That is quite the play. Unfortunately, it loses maybe to them having a stupid subtlety or, you know, just having some stuff and then casting a Murktide that outclasses our turtle. Or it just gets countered. And then we have to waste our Lotus Field also. I think we're casting both Analyst and Ring this turn. Because I don't think it's helping us to wait. So I kind of feel like we have to play the Lotus Field. We can activate Fungus first to see what we draw. If we Fungus, draw a card, we could play Forest. I don't know, what would we draw that even matters here? Like a Defense Grid, maybe? We Fungus, put in Lotus Field, we have 5, 6 mana, so we can play Defense Grid and Ring. That's not nothing. If we were to draw a Defense Grid, that would be good. Again, I just don't want to have to use this stupid Lotus Field. We could play Forest, and then Fungus in Lotus Field, and we'd have exactly 6. And we could sacrifice Forest, Bounce Land, and still be 5 mana. So we'd be 1 mana away from Titan, or a Bounce Land away from just hardcasting Turtle. I don't know that I want to lead on Analyst, because they could just Fatal Push it in response. I think we have to play the Lotus Field first, so that if they try to kill the Analyst with a trigger on the stack, we at least get our Lotus Field and land back, and have enough mana to do Analyst Ring again. I think we just have to commit the Lotus Field. Have it enter untapped. Float green, and we'll sack the Growth Streamer here. And now we'll play Analyst. See what they want to do about it. Counterspell. Okay. Well, if we play Ring, it just gets hit by their 1 mana counterspell for the Ring. We can still cast Analyst next turn. So we have 5. We can Fungus down to 3, put in Forest, and then cast the Ring, which I think we should do. So we'll have more mana next turn. I think that's what we're doing. We found Bog. That's interesting. I guess we don't want to do that yet, though. So we'll play Forest, and then we'll slam Ring. They probably have the 1 mana counterspell for it, but there's not much we can really do. Yep, they did have it. Well, yep. That happened. I don't know, maybe doing anything there at all was incorrect. Or maybe we should just cast a ring and not even gone for the double threat turn. I don't know. Oh, they're pitching Murktide to grow the frog by 1. Okay. Bobble. Not bad. Let's bog them. Play Bobble, I suppose. And then, do we just jam Analyst? They could have Fatal Push, but I don't think we're doing much otherwise, so let's just play it. And counter it. All right. Probably should have... I was assuming we'd be able to get the Growth Chamber back if one of our Analysts resolved, but now that we don't have blue mana, it makes me wonder if I should have kept the... sacrificed the Gruul Turf so we could Sky Turtle at some point. So just not commit the Lotus Field and play an Analyst or 2 anyways. I could see that. They ended up having like triple Counterspell though, so double Counterspell Consign. It was going to be hard to beat that. I think we have to draw with Bobble here because we just don't have enough going on. Ring is good. I am just going to jam it because it's not getting any better, so. Let's see if they have the 4th Counterspell. Oh my gosh! You do not have the 4th Counterspell. You are absolutely joking. Ugh, okay. It's fine. We're fine. It's all good. Hey, at least we have Mages covered. Jeez, okay. Card's pretty good, huh? It's blue-black Ragavan. Echoing Deeps can copy a Lotus Field. I guess we're just hard casting the Sky Turtle, y'all. We can copy Growth Chamber as well. I'm doing it. Have it untapped. One Colossal Sky Turtle being casted. Your go. Here it comes, everybody. Subtlety. I'm calling it now. Subtlety is entering the stack. We could just attack them. Well, it takes 3 attacks. We would need them to, like, fetch shock. Dude, did it really take them this long to cast? Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh. What in the world? Okay. Well, we'll bottom that and just top deck the 1 ring. Number 3. Even top decking the 1 ring probably is not good enough now. Oh my gosh. Can you believe that? The 1 ring. And nope. Cool. Oh, we get another game though. All right. How much do I care about Saga? I mean, I know they have Magus, but like, maybe we kind of need Saga. Grazer blocking their stupid frogs and making them have to discard into it to like be able to get through the Grazer is not that bad. It also chump blocks like a Murktide. Is it worth it though? I think probably not. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep in some Sagas, trim these Bosages that aren't doing anything. Yeah, I'm kind of the same opinion. I'm just gonna slam the Sagas and trim some of the slower stuff, like some Fungi. Unfortunately, I think Fungi has to be the cut. And maybe like a Splunking, because they're a little slow if we're trying to go fast. Keep 2 Dismembers. Keep a Fungus instead. Splunking. Let's see. Bobble's good. Grid's good. I think we could trim 1 Analyst, maybe? That's probably questionable, though. Now, let's just keep only 3 Sagas, so we don't get absolutely blown out if they have the dude. We'll hit Submit. Get on the play. Well, we got a Fungus hand. Natural Bajuka Bog. Analyst and Lotus Field, but no Amulets, huh? We get to go turn 1 Fungus, turn 2 activate it. Could have a turn 3 Ring if we draw it. We can map for Cavern. I guess I'm supposed to keep it. It's not a super impressive hand, though. It's not super fast either. Although if we find a Saga off of our Fungus and our opponent doesn't have Magus, then it's like... You and Mulligan? I think it has enough of what we need. There's the ring. I was hoping we might find that. Oh, we get to attack for 1 here for value. I think this hand will turn out alright. House is running Dispute. I can see that. I don't know how he does that, you know, blue source-wise, but I could see it. No Frog. They milled over a Frog with their sewers, which is quite fascinating to me. Right, let's draw a Saga now. Urza Saga, please. No? Right, we go Bog, and then next turn we can just play the Ring. Or we could go Cavern down, Analyst, play Analyst plus Map. Let's get the Ring into play. And I think we're going to name Giant with our Cavern, as opposed to anything else. Hey, there's Saga. That's really nice, actually. So if we play Saga, Ring, get it counterspelled, and they just go Moon, then we're pretty boned. But they just won't do that, so... Here's the Ring. See if they have the counterspell. There's the consign. Here we go. See if they have the turn 3 Magus. Oh, just Frog. Okay. No Magus is good. Fungus. Not bad, necessarily. I mean, it's not great. Play Cavern, play Analyst, activate Saga. The next turn we get Amulet, play Lotus Field, and maybe start to go off. We have Woodland, too. Oh, we don't even have to Cavern on Detective, since they don't... I guess they could, like, Subtlety us. Alright, I'm gonna play Analyst first and see what happens. We can play Cavern on Giant here. They do Subtlety, okay. Do we put this on top? I guess so. Well, now we play this on Detective. And we just activate our Saga and make a chump blocker. I guess we can put it in front of the Psychic Frog if we really want to. We can also start Saga copying, or Woodland copying Ring, potentially. trading token for a card may be worth it, maybe it's not. We can make, let's see, if we make token instep, untap, make token, we have 3 mana, up to 6 with Lotus Field. We can play and activate the Analyst with Cavern. And then we have a couple of 3/3s on top of that. I think it's alright to take a damage per turn. Oh, well, they're not giving us the chance. Okay. Let's not yield till instep, because that could go bad. I guess they're doing this because they're hoping to draw the Magus. Well, they didn't. So we'll make a token. Untap, make a token. Oh wait, no, we'll be 1 short, right? If we do this, activate, we have 5 that, yeah, so we can't do that. Yep, so we go float here, get Amulet, play Lotus. I don't think there's any way we can get a second Lotus in play. We need the Amulet in play for our Analyst to do anything. So I guess we go Amulet here. We'll have to see what we hit off of our Analyst, I suppose. And I guess we're gonna float with the Cavern Uncounterable and sack it. Alright, let's see if they have another subtlety. Dress down? Ugh. Okay. Okay. Well, unfortunately, if Fungus was 1 to activate, we'd be able to play and then activate Analyst and start going off, but it's not. Oh no, actually, Fungus would have no text anyways. Let's see, so we can Fungus and map. We might be able to instant speed, start going off with double Lotus Field. I don't know what that does for us, though. Like, if we pay 2 map for a second Lotus Field... No, we'll be short. So, I guess we just do this and pass. Might still map for either Echoing Deeps or Lotus Field here. We might also just chump their Psychic Frog with our Insidious Fungus. So they don't have the extra card. Doesn't seem that great, though. I can just grow their frog. And then fly it, I suppose, if they want to. It's essentially pitching 2 cards to draw a card. And deal some damage for whatever that's worth. So they have a Flying Frog now. We do have Delirium. Well, we can't block anyways, so... No, they have Harbinger too? Man, what are we doing against that? We have Map. I guess we're letting it resolve first and foremost, because there's nothing we can really do in response. We can map for Tulare West, so we can get Summoner's Pact to be able to pack for the turtle and bounce the Harbinger. I think that's the only... I guess we could also just draw Dismember. We don't have Otawara. Maybe we sack Fungus to draw first, before we decide what we're mapping for, if anything. If we do that, then we're really slow on the Summoner's Pact, though. But we do have 2 Dismembers we can draw, in addition to a Summoner's Pact or Turtle itself. I'm gonna draw with the Fungus, I think. Dismember. Growth Chamber, okay. I guess we kind of just want to play that. Oh, we only have 5 minutes, by the way. I guess we play this. And even though it's kind of dangerous, I'm going to go ahead and play the Analyst. If we happen to mill our T-West or Turtle, then we're in bad shape, but no attacks. This lets us have 2 blockers in play for the Frog and the Harbinger if we want to block. And then on instep, I guess we will get... I think I am just losing to Fatal Push. We'll get T-West. We'll transmute for Summoner's Pact. And I guess on our opponent's instep, we'll pact for the Turtle and bounce, and then untap and pay to bring everything back. If we have enough in the yard for it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. I mean, I don't know that that really helps us, but... we can't afford to take any more turns. Also, we were just dead if our opponent pumped their Psychic Frog, right? That was also just true. We'll get Sky Turtle. We'll return the Harbinger. We have to draw something here. But in response to this, let's go ahead and activate. Oh, do they have Tishana's? Oh, they're gaining control of Amulets. That's a stylistic way to win. Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. That's actually super cool. Alright, you got me, opponent. Oh, that was a good one. Well, we're 0-3 right now. Do I just drop? I don't know if I have the energy in me to play a second one. Well, I think I'm going to drop this one and maybe play one more of a different build. Alright, YouTube audience, not my usual fun video where we just win some games and win some matches. I know I punted one of the matches away, but I don't know. I just wasn't feeling the league. As far as the card, though, I don't think that Insidious Fungus is bad necessarily. I do feel like the card would be infinitely better if it sacrificed for 1 mana instead of 2. I think that would make a huge difference, because then it would be comparable to Explore, for example, but at 3 mana total to play and sacrifice, that's just awkward. Like, it would be really nice if you could go like turn 1 Saga, turn 2 Greenland, play Fungus, and then immediately activate it and put a land into play. But there are many times while we were playing where there's tension between playing turn 1 Fungus or playing turn 1 Saga. And that specifically, I really, really disliked about the card. And that's unfortunately not something we can really get over. Like, if you have this card and Saga in hand, you almost always just want to play Saga on turn 1 because, like, getting that Amulet out faster is just so much better than being able to Fungus on turn 2. So, not a great showing in that consideration for Insidious Fungus. That being said, it's not a horrible card. I just don't think it's the best that we have access to. I know I only played 3 matches with it, and a total of 9 games, but I don't know. I just don't think Fungus is it. I'm not feeling it. I'm sorry, I'm just not. So that'll be it for this video, but I am going to hop on for one more league if I can manage to play all the way through it now. I might just try to pick up the next, like the last couple matches tomorrow, maybe. But I am going to play one more, so if you're watching here on YouTube live, then don't go anywhere. But for this video, I'm going to call it there. So this is Redface Menace, signing off. And that is for the recording. So the next thing that I'm thinking about doing is just playing a traditional Amulet list, just not playing the Analyst stuff, because I feel like having Analyst work is a little touchy. Like, you have to have the Analyst and the Lotus Field set up. Like, oftentimes I feel like you're like setting up Analyst with Titan and then winning with Analyst, but like you didn't actually have to have Analyst to win. And like, oftentimes I just have naturally drawn Analyst and it like doesn't do much. Like, at the best, it just is like 6 mana spread out between 2 turns to enable you to get to Titan mana. So like, you play a turn 1 Amulet, turn 2 Analyst, mill some stuff, and then activate Analyst on turn 3 to be able to get up to Titan mana. Like, that can happen, but it's not the super most consistent. I don't know, this is gonna sound controversial because I know everybody else is playing Analyst, but I just don't know that I really like the card. Maybe it's just I don't like the way it plays in the deck, but I'm kind of curious to play a non-Analyst list. Is that something that you guys would be interested in watching? Thank you for joining, Sensei. I appreciate you watching. How would you guys feel about that? Just playing a Dryad list only and not playing Analyst. You'd be down for it, huh? Vanilla Titan, yes. Get these Analysts out of here. Who wants those? I'm gonna be honest, playing the Analyst list wears out my brain too. It's just way more complex, and I don't know that I really feel like I'm getting anything out of it other than just for some reason playing a more complex Titan deck. Like, it's kind of cool that you get to do the whole Infinite Titans thing and theoretically beat Infinite Life, but like, I don't know, man. You gotta play the Lotus Field. You can't play a ton of the Mycosynth Gardens. You know, it's just, there's all kinds of stuff with it that I don't love. And the Analyst by itself sometimes just feels like it does nothing. So it's like, it's just weird. Oh, I wish I could play this one, but it won't let me. So we'll go with the OG. Let's see, what else? We need another Simic in here. If you guys have suggestions for the list, by the way, as I'm putting it together, then feel free. I'm here to listen. Gotta get the right Simic growth chamber, though. Oh, where is it? I don't see it. Huh. Looking for the original printing. Maybe I'm too low down. There we go. Yes, was exactly my plan, actually. I want to play at least 3 Mycosynth Gardens. I think that's really good, and people just aren't playing it right now. Get this Wolf Run out of here. Okay, we don't have to play Shifting Woodland in the main deck, since we are not doing the Analyst things, so that gives us a little bit of room. How's it going, Scrub and Scrubs? Funny you should drop in. I actually just got back from the hospital today. We did an appendectomy, and I was in fact a scrub in Scrubs just earlier this morning. So let's get a cultivator in here. I'm wondering if we actually need the Ottawara or not. Ottawara would have been good against Magus that last game, but I don't necessarily think that it's necessary. I think we could probably go without it. Although Ottawara is good with the Hongria list, where you can like Crumbling Vestige, Bounce Land, Ottawara, that sort of thing, in order to give pseudo-vigilance. Thank you everybody who's turning up, by the way. This is not my usual stream, this is a YouTube stream, and I don't stream on YouTube very often, so I'm actually kind of curious how you guys ended up getting here. Did you see my post on Twitter? Did you just happen to be on YouTube and see me live? How does that work? Fungus, fake. I hate to say it. Fungus, not good enough. I'll post the video of the 0-3 that we just played with Fungus. Honestly, my brain not working was a little bit of it, but I think that just in general, the Fungus didn't feel that impressive. It was doing some cool stuff. It wasn't a bad card. It was just kind of medium on power level, and I think that we could do better, so. Let's see. I guess we're just playing 61, because I don't want to cut any of these cards. Don't necessarily need Echoing Deeps. We can cut the Echoing Deeps, right? Because we can still Titan combo with Mirror Pool, Double Gardens, and Orn Reef, or Mirror Pool, Orn Reef, of Vesuva. So we don't need the Echoing Deeps anymore. And sideboard-wise, let's get these Pyroclasms out of here. Go Force. Ah, so you're a non-Twitch user, huh? Yeah, the reason why I'm streaming on YouTube, hold on, I gotta actually find the card I'm looking for. There we go. So the reason I'm streaming on YouTube is because Twitch is just so predatory with ads, and I hate it. I don't even know for sure if they run ads on my particular Twitch channel, because I'm not like a partner or anything, so I don't know for sure that they run ads, but I think they might, even though I'm not partnered. And I just think it's the crummiest thing to play 3 minutes of ads. Every time I join somebody's stream, it's like, boom, 2 minutes, 30 seconds of ads. And then like, 10 minutes later, it's like another minute of ads. I'm like, this is crazy. I came to watch a stream, not to watch ads. And it just like takes me out of the experience entirely, and I really hate that. Let's see, we are needing Bauble that I can't remember the name of. It's not Conjurer's Bauble. That's the one, Vexing Bauble. At least 2 copies of that one. I don't think Endurance is doing particularly much in general, if I'm being honest. I think I want the 4th defense grid as well. Because I think it's better than Bobble against the blue decks. Although Bobble is good. I think I should be leaning harder on defense grid for those. Shifting Woodland, probably not good enough to make a cut just to play it. Because there's not really much Jeskai around anymore anyways. So we could play Bog, I guess. I mean, Bog does not really do much either, if I'm being honest. Could play 4th Boseiju. Or just a basic forest, to be honest. Just have a couple lands to replace Saga if we're boarding them out. Kind of wish we had a 9th bounce land, but we'll probably be fine without it. Oh, you know what would be nice, though, is to have Spelunking. Maybe. Probably just the one. It's fine. I think this is decent. I'll go ahead and upload this deck. Alright, for those of you who want to get the deck list here in the chat, I just posted it. And I'll go change the description as well. Where do I see my live? Here we go. I guess I'm just gonna have to leave the thumbnail the same. But I wanted to change this deck list. Let's see. Right, that should be good. And then I will take a screenshot and let the Twitter people know that we're switching gears here. All right. Oh, should we play an int? I mean, we have 4 basic forests. Most lists are on like 2. And then we have, you know, 3 Boseijus and 4 Dryads that unlock our mana through Blood Moons and stuff. So I feel like we don't need int. We could play Fire Spout, but I feel like we're already good against Boros and Mardu anyways, and we usually can win just by speed. And like a Dismember or 2 to slow them down is probably good enough. So I don't think we need to dedicate spots specifically to Fire Spout, but I mean, I don't think it's bad. I just think that the spots are probably more needed in matchups, you know, Defense Grid, Vex and Bobble, Cavern of Souls. I feel like these cards are worth including. And to make room for Fire Spouts, I would probably have to like move the Force to the main board, cut the Cavern of Souls, trim a Grid or Vexing Bobble or Spelunking or something, and play another Fire Spout, and like maybe only play 2 Dismembers and be even softer to Magus. Maybe it's like, maybe we just shouldn't be trying to beat Magus at all, but like maybe the idea is just going heavier on Cavern of Souls and just pretending like Magus will not hit the battlefield. I don't know that I love that either though. So I think I'm pretty happy with this. Plus, we have Dryad to block our opponent's creatures against freaking Boros. So, alright, I am going to go grab a drink real quick, use the bathroom and come back, and then we'll jump in. Yeah, about the Dismember. I don't love that we have to play it. I kind of think it might be the best option. I know some people have been trying things like Rapid Hybridization or like Aether Spellbomb or some weird thing like that. I think Aether Spellbomb maybe has potential, but I just don't think any card really gives better than good old OG Dismember. Sure, Dismember doesn't hit Frog. I mean, sometimes it does, and oftentimes, like when you cast Dismember, they could discard their whole hand to protect their Frog if they really wanted to, but like, do they actually want to do that? It's kind of like the Mana Leak situation, where sometimes your opponent can pay the 3 mana for Mana Leak, but it's so inconvenient to not be able to play another spell or to not be able to do what they were planning on doing that they just let the thing get countered anyways. Or like with Spell Pierce. Sometimes it's correct to do something like a Dismember or a, tax and counterspell, because actually paying the cost to nullify the effect is more than just letting the effect go. So like I've had opponents with 5 or 6 cards in hand and I just Dismember their Frog and it's a 1/2 and they just let the Frog go, I think it's actually not as bad against Frog as people say that it is, mostly because it's not free to just pitch, several cards to save a Frog. It's essentially, in 1 mana instant speed, your opponent discards 2 cards, and that's still a totally fine playable card, Like, that's fine. And especially in a matchup where the amount of cards your opponent has does matter. they can only have so many counterspells and whatnot. So I actually think that Dismember being bad against Frog is maybe kind of fake news, but then again, I don't get to play very much recently, thanks to being on rotation, so, I don't know. So, yeah, I think this is what we're gonna run with, so let me start recording and do a YouTube intro in case I want to post this one to YouTube, which maybe I won't. This might be for your eyes only, those of you who are here for the stream, so we'll see. Hello and welcome everybody. Today, I am sick of playing with Aftermath Analyst. I don't know about you, but all these triggers and Lotus Fields and complicated lines miss me with that. I want to play Primeval Titan with Dryad on the battlefield and kill my opponent with Valakut, and I want it to be that simple and that easy. And so today, we are playing as many as 3 copies of Mycosynth Gardens, 2 Valakut Molten Pinnacle. If you come at me saying that it's a colorless dead land in this deck, you're banned. You're gone. You're not gonna survive on this channel because Valakut, we don't stand for Valakut slander here. And yeah, everything else, I'm just trying to figure out how to play this deck in the current meta. It's a little hostile to Amulet, I feel. We got some Dismembers, defense grids. You know, we've got a couple of defense grids. You know, somebody, and I'm not saying it's me, but somebody might be a little worried about these blue subtlety counterspell decks. Might be me, might not be me. We'll see. But yeah, without further ado, let's jump straight into match 1 here. All right, let me take a bite of this delicious protein bar. All right, so we're on the draw here. Oh, and we have a hand that's like very tempting. If we draw a Dryad, or maybe even another Grazer, this hand does some pretty busted things. We're gonna keep it. If we just draw more lands, though, this could be a hand where we're like playing like a turn 5 Titan or something weird like that, but it looks like we're probably playing against Zoo or Living End. Flagstones or Trocar. Okay, maybe the answer is neither of those things. Hanweir is a horrible draw. If one says hello, good luck, I would say you too. So we have a turn 4 Titan here, assuming we don't draw something for turn. Oh, speaking of drawing lands, by the way, we definitely did just draw lands. And not only lands, the worst land in the deck. So, shout out to our deck list. Thank you, Magic Online, for the wonderful shuffle. Birthing Ritual! Oh, that's so sick. I love this card. I'm just gonna pause here for a second so you can read it. Ooh, I think we're playing a One Ring this turn. Yeah, I think we're playing One Ring. Quick check to make sure I'm not muted. Here's a Grazer. We're gonna use this One Ring to find us a Dryad. That's the plan. Or another Amulet. Or Mycosynth Gardens. Any and all of the above would be fantastic. Draw with this whole One Ring and swing it back to you, opponent. Another Grazer is fine. We will need some ramp to get to our Titan, so Grazer is acceptable. See if our opponent has a mainboard way to kill our Amulet. It's not impossible. Oh, great. Of course. Oh, they hit our Amulet instead of the ring, which is interesting, but of course they have a way to kill our Amulet. That's fantastic. Let's see if they get anything off of their ritual. It would be funny if they found a witch enchanter and they could have gotten our ring and then gotten the witch enchanter to kill our kill our amulet after. Killing our land is vaguely annoying, especially since we no longer have an amulet in play, but it's okay. We'll just draw another amulet with this ring and we'll be totally fine. Mycosynth Gardens, okay. Well, let's draw. Another ring ain't bad. So I guess we're floating, playing Simic. This is going to be bad if they find another white orchid or a flicker effect. Maybe playing the Simic out was bad, but we'll grazer in a Mycosynth Gardens. So that if we draw an amulet, we can play and copy it and pass it back to our opponents. Yeah, I'll block that one. One crazy boy. Let's go. Secret Reach. They did have the Witch Enchanter just in hand. Offset Pride, second Birthing Ritual. These rituals could get out of hand, potentially. They got a Ranger Captain. I'm assuming they're searching for the Soul Guide, whatever. The one that gives them energy. Yep, Guide of Souls. That's the one. Alright, we're sacking the Ranger to get another Ranger. Okay. And another Soul Guide, I'm assuming. Alright, so if we draw Amulet and a ramp spell, we might be in good shape here. Another... That's a lot of rings. We're definitely ringing. And no ramp, though. I mean, we could just use this turn to pack for a Dryad. Go land, pack for Dryad, land. Next turn, we pay 4. We wouldn't be able to quite cast another ring. But we would be able to get Valka triggers. I mean, I don't think packing for Dryad is awful here. Is it better than just playing another ring, though? And we're about to draw 4 cards off this ring next turn. We could potentially find Amulet in those cards and be able to play Amulet copy and just start going off. Although we have Hanweir. I guess we could play Hanweir ring this turn. And pack for Dryad next turn. We're like only 1 land drop away from getting Valka triggers anyways. If we go for Dryad next turn. I guess we're just playing ring. And then, if we keep the new ring, we'll draw 3 cards, 1 now and then 2 next upkeep, whereas if we keep the old ring, next turn we'll draw 4. It's only a difference of 1 card. I don't know that I think it matters, though. I guess I'm gonna err on the side of caution and try not to lose life. And then it'll be their go. Pitch, I guess Cavern? There's no way Cavern ever actually matters against them. And then we have 10 cards. We have to discard 3 of them. One of the forests. Excuse me. And I guess maybe just Saga, because it's going to be too slow here. And also dies to their enchantment removal. see what they got. Alright, there's one of the Guide of Souls that they showed us. Two mana, or not. They are deep in the tank here. I guess if they play White Orchid Phantom, maybe they're considering hitting the Mycosynth Gardens instead of Bounce Land. I don't think that's unreasonable. They do play the Ocelot Pride also. We'll block the Pride, and I guess we'll go ahead and trump block the Ranger here. I don't see why not. Pride, of course, having first strike, meaning that trying to trade our 1/1 token with it would not work. Our opponent has the City's Blessing, so... Whew, that's a lot of tokens. Quite the board state. But most hopefully one that Dryad will be able to clean up nicely. And by that I mean hopefully just killing them with Valakut triggers. Renegade Rallier to bring back White Orchid Phantom. Blow up one of our lands, I guess. Yeah. It's not the end of the world. They probably should hit Mycosynth Gardens here, I would assume. See what they do shoot. They hit Hanmir. That makes sense, but we don't have Echoing Deeps now. So that does make sense. Yeah, Fire Spout would be good right now. And to be fair, Dismember would be not great. This is only game 1 though. And Apparition hit the ring. Okay. Well, Amulet, Explore. Well, I guess we're gonna play Valakut tapped and ring. I think it's the best that we got. We'll draw with this bad boy and pass to our opponent after finding a very loyal Arboreal Grazer. If they can find a way to token copy one of these things, and they'll start making token copies of the token copies with the Ocelot Prize on Instep, that would be a little bit of a problem. No attacks. They didn't even get the life gain triggers from the Ocelot Prize. I guess we would have just not blocked, though. And they still wouldn't have gained the life, so... I don't know, they probably should still attack there in case I do block with Grazers, because I'm definitely dumb enough I might have. Alright, so they got a White Orchid Phantom. Let's see what they choose to hit here. They might choose Valakut. No, they hit the Mycosynth. That makes sense. We have drawn our last forest, so we don't actually get to search for anything, which is very sad. And another White Orchid. Oh my goodness. Okay. Right, I don't know. Maybe we could still find a Amulet or two off the top and fix this. They left us with Valakut in play. That's not nothing. See what we draw, and then see what we draw. There's a Dryad. Alright, Amulets. No Amulets. Okay. Well, I guess we're just doing this. Dryad, Viseju, Grazer. Put in, I guess, Oran Reef here, so they can't just blow up our Gruul Turf with another White Orchid. They've seen 1, 2, 3 copies. They could still have one more. I guess if we get our ring answered and have Bounce Land in hand, that's pretty bad for us. Because we would need to draw untap land and then be able to have Force on tap land to even play Titan in the first place. If we play Oran Reef here, we can play Bounce Land, float, pick up, play land, and still be able to get Titan into play, but not if they White Orchid us. But we're not going to be able to Titan if they White Orchid us anyways. Let's just put in the Gruul Turf, I think. Pick up the Seiju. See if Dryad can claw us back into this game. They're about to make so many tokens and gain so much life. I do think it's maybe possible, though. They have Solitude. Yikes. Okay. Still not impossible for us to find an Amulet here and start doing things that matter. We are quite behind, but we're not dead. And that does make a difference. They have so much energy. Let's block here and here. And I guess we'll block this. Take however much this is. I don't feel like doing math. It's not worth saving a single Arboreal Grazer to not block the Solitude, so... See what they find with their Birthing Ritual here and their billions of triggers that are about to go on the stack. I guess they could just have another Solitude in hand. That would be pretty bad. I don't know how we beat that. Unless we find, like, multiple Amulets here. Rally your back. White Orchid Phantom. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna make it pretty difficult. We just have to find double Amulet here. They do have quite the board. And to your credit, Gorilla, Fire Spout would still be very good. Alright, let's see if we can draw a double Amulet here. There's one Amulet. Second Amulet, maybe? No second Amulet, but a Dryad. So let's play our Amulet for sure. We can cycle Explore, trying to find another Amulet, because if we do, that changes things. We can cycle Explore again, trying to find another Amulet. Mainboard Fire Spout. I mean, you could do it. Even the control decks are playing some creatures. We'll cycle Explore again, looking for second Amulet. Saga is not going to do it. So we play Bounce Land, pack for double Grazer. No, we only have one Grazer, so we pack for Azusa Grazer. Oh wait, we don't play Azusa. Oh yeah, we actually just can't do anything here. Okay. Cool, I guess. Next game. Alright, so they play that enchantment. I don't know if that means that Force of Vigor is worth it. Splunking is very good against all their interaction for our Amulet effects. Dismember is not great, but I mean, it's not the worst. Sage for their enchantment seems good. Defense Grid saves us against specifically Solitude and maybe Force of Vigor if they play it, but that's about it. I don't think that I care for it. I think we're going to bring in Forest and Dismembers in case they have Magus, because they can play that. We'll trim Explorers, because they're slow, and Pact, I guess, because getting got by Subtlety is not great. Not Subtlety, Solitude. Maybe we could keep the pact, though. Let's trim the cavern and keep the pact instead. And then... trim a grazer. So... let me do this for the YouTube people in case there's going to be YouTube people. I need to remember to do this every time, unfortunately. They show us red. No, but all they have to have is one blue or red land and a single magus, and they can easily fetch for the fixing for it, or just get it off of their enchantment. So a lot of times these decks do play magus. What else did I bring in? The Baseju was one of them. I'm missing one. I don't know what it was. I think I still have one more to side out, actually. That might be it. Like this? No, that's not it. One more to bring in? Or one more to keep in? I guess we keep the grazer. I don't love it. Okay, so we're boarding out these 5 and bringing in these 5. No, there's still one more card in the deck. I don't know what I messed up. I must have brought in an extra card that I'm not seeing, but we'll trim Summoner's Pact also. Alright, we'll be on the play. Got a Saga Amulet hand. Turn 3 Titan, double Amulet. Sounds good to me. Don't force me, bruh. You don't ever want to force. Oh, the forest. That's what it was. I brought in the forest. Yes. Alright, we'll play this Amulet. And pass it back. So our opponent's turn 1 play. Do they have the Ocelot Pride or Guide of Souls? They have the Pride. Alright. Yep. 4th Forest. Thank you. Speaking of the forest, I think I'm just going to play the Saga in case they have interaction for our Amulet and or Saga here. Pass to our opponent. Grazer would not do it because we would need 2nd Amulet additionally for that, so you're close. But this is just a turn 3 Titan and win, depending on if our opponent has the Solitude or not. That said, a Grazer off the top might turn this into a Titan and Colossus turn. We'd have to check the mana on it. It would be 6 mana to play Titan. Double... Hold on. It would be 6 mana, down to 5, up to 9. Play Titan, leaving 3 floating. Get double bounce... Or get bounce on T-West. It would give us another Titan that way, but it's not necessarily what we need. Gaddock Teague. I don't think that does anything, right? No, Wrath of the Skies would be bad. Luckily, I don't think these decks usually play Wrath of the Skies. I could be wrong. Maybe I should check that before we go to the next game, but I'm just gonna win real quick before we do that. Oh, well, I guess I'm returning the Saga now. I don't know if I was planning on doing that, but that's what we're doing now. So if our opponent has Solitude, I guess we're getting Solituded, but I don't think I'm playing around it. Let's Mirror Pool our Titan, and then attack with both of them, and hopefully kill our opponent. Copy Titan. Titan searches for Hanweir and Valkut. We haste both Titans. Alright, haste 1. Untap, untap. Haste 2. Pick up the Hanweir. And now we attack with both. And so here, we can go ahead and get Ornreef now. Let's see, so we're attacking for 6. If we Ornreef and Mycosynth and copy, and then get Vesuva, copy Ornreef, that's a total of 5 Ornreef activations, making both 11/11s, that's 22 damage. They can block 3 of it and still be dead, so that kills them. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go Ornreef Mycosynth. Gotta hit 5 because we don't want to yield to our Titan here before we get the chance to copy our Amulet. So we'll float, activate Ornreef, untap. We will copy Amulet and activate Ornreef. And now we search for Vesuva copy Ornreef and another land, say a Talaria West, and activate Ornreef 3 more times. And this should be exactly lethal, if I'm not mistaken. Does the cat token have lifelink? I don't think so. We will activate. And we will activate. And we will activate. 22 minus 3 is still 19, the last I checked. See if our opponent is in fact dead. Exactly lethal. Exactsies. Let's go. Alright. Yeah, I'm not changing anything. Good ol' honest. Turn 3 double Titan. You love to see it. On the draw. That's a little harder, but still winnable for sure. Oh man, and we got the quintessential turn 1 Grazer, turn 2 Dryad, turn 3 Titan hand. We definitely keep these. Quintessential, that's a good SAT word. Oh, but we need to put in the Saga. We can just hold the Grazer, go turn 1 Saga, turn 2 Valakut, turn 3 bounce land is 4, Grazer up to 5. It doesn't get us there. The question is, how do we sequence this? We can go Grazer in bounce land, turn 2 forest bounce land, and turn 3 go land Titan. That's probably the best way to go about it. Because if we go bounce land, next turn we can play forest Dryad, bounce land, pick up the forest, and then on turn 3 we just get to go untap land, Urza Saga, and be able to play Titan. We have 1 less Valakut to search for, but we will get at least 2 Valakut triggers. This will be really bad against their White Knight if they have it though. See, I think I'd rather have the blue mana going forward in case we need to transmute, so I'll put in the Gruul Turf just in case they do have the White Knight. Let's see if they have a Knight of the White Orchid. They do. Well, that's unfortunate. At least we have a couple of basic forests to go search for. Also, it's good to bring in the 4th forest against the deck that plays Knight of the White Orchid, because then we have extra things to search for, so dismember. Alright, we're gonna... We're gonna go Saga here. We're gonna hold up Dismember in case they have, in case they use this turn to play Birthing Ritual, planning to sack this, or in case they, try to ephemerate the White Orchid Phantom or something like that. Next turn we can go Forest Dryad, Valakut, and then the turn after play Titan. They just have mono white over here. I mean, I will block. Now we don't lose if they have Magus, by the way. Alright, we'll just untap. Alright, I think I'm going Forest, Dryad, Valakut as opposed to Bounce Land. If we play Bounce Land and they have another Orchid Phantom for our Saga. Oh, what? Reprieve. Okay. Well, that's alright. Let's pass. And next turn, if we draw a Grazer or Pack, then we can get to Titan. Or a second Amulet would also do it. Oh, and now they Ephemerate. Goodness! That's really bad for us. Goodness, okay. Well, Dryad ramping to get us there the hard way might be extremely nice here. I'm a little surprised they didn't just go for the Ephemerate during their turn to hit our Saga. I guess there was really no reason to do that, but... They're Legend Ruling Flagstones, so they finally have green mana. True, we're not under any pressure. Playing against a white Orchid Phantom deck with a bunch of bounce lands is kind of bad, though. True, and we can't keep up Dismember once again. We'll block. Unless they Ephemerate in response to bounce land. But, I mean, we have to do it this way to play around removal on Dryad, so they could Ephemerate. I guess they could, if they Ephemerated now, we could choose to Dismember instead, but... Ugh, Reprieve. Okay, well, we'll pass. I mean, we're slowly getting there. We're just playing a land a turn and blocking their clock every turn. Next turn, we get to play Valakut, Dryad, land, and still just hold up Dismember. Don't Ephemerate me again. My soul could not take it. Honestly, it wouldn't even be that bad. We'd just get our 4th Forest, and then go from there. Yeah, I mean, reprieving it... Honestly, reprieving Titan or reprieving Dryad is pretty much the same here. It's actually correct for them, in this case, to be reprieving Dryad, whether they know it or not. I don't think we've shown them Valakut, but letting us resolve Dryad and then reprieving Titan will just get them hit by Valakut triggers down the line while they have to continue to answer our Titan. So hitting the Dryad is actually pretty actively good here for them. Ranger Captain, okay. Well, let's see what they get off of their ritual here. They might be able to get Renegade Rallier and sack Phantom here and kill our bounce land. It's been so awkward. We just needed 1 extra mana to hold up for Dismember to kill this Orchid Phantom, and we'd have been fine, but we just have not had the 1 extra mana. It's because they were on the play. That's what I'm blaming it on. If we found a Boseiju, it's probably... Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh, okay. If we found a Boseiju, it might be correct to try to kill this Birthing Ritual, but... Alright, well, let's get our forest that we brought in. Another Dismember, huh? I don't know that we're supposed to do anything with that at this point in time. I don't know that we're supposed to expose our bounce land here either. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play Dryad, play Forest, and then hold up Dismember, so that if they have a Skyclave Apparition, we can Dismember the Apparition before it resolves, so we get to keep the Dryad. At least I'm pretty sure that's how that works. And then next turn we can play bounce land, float with a forest, pick up forest, play forest, and be able to play Titan and get Valakut triggers. And even if they were to White Orchid Phantom our Valakut here, we could draw potentially an Amulet. I don't know, we can't stop them from finding White Orchid Phantom in like the top 7 cards or whatever with Birthing Ritual. But if they try to Ephemerate, then we can stop that. Ocelot Pride, that's fine. And they immediately have City's Blessing, huh? Another Ritual, okay. That's non-ideal, but not much we can do about it. This is or less, right? Yeah, it's X or less, so we can't stop them from being able to get a White Orchid Phantom. This is a weird attack. I don't understand. We can just do this and block. It doesn't make any sense. It's making us use the clicks, I guess. Play their last card as a Rallier. Okay. I'm glad they had the Rallier in hand and not on top of the deck, because they could have been bringing back White Orchid Phantom. Alright, let's see what they get with their rituals, I guess. Not much we can do about this. Can't really prevent anything. Except Skyclave. We could prevent the Skyclave from ruining our world. Sack Phantom. Get Ranger Captain, that's fine. Guide of Souls. Alright, let's see what the second ritual gets. We might be in business here. We have to hope they don't hit another Orchid Phantom or Renegade Rallier. Ugh. Come on, man! Come on! I'm just asking for one break. Alright, now we need to draw an Amulet, I guess. We're supposed to fire off a Dismember here? I think so. Hitting, like, the Ocelot Pride. Or maybe we... I think we're supposed to kill the Pride. It's gonna give them a lot of extra value. Alright, we'll draw Amulet here, hopefully. How's it going? See if they Ranger Captain us. No Amulet, of course. Ranger Captain would allow them to stop us from being able to cast non-creature spells during a turn if they sacrificed it. Alright. We've got more lands in play than they can realistically Ranger Captain away, so... Not Ranger Captain, Rallier, back, White Orchid Phantom, etc., etc. Skill difference? You would say that, wouldn't you, Brantley? Of course you would say that. Alright, opponent, I would like to make the not-so-friendly request of please, please stop using White Orchid Phantom, please. Alright, Skyclave is fine here. Maybe we should be using our Dismember, though, in case they find a second Skyclave off of the Ritual. Like, if we Dismember this now, then we get to have 2 Dryads that have to hit double, like, Skyclave or interactions for the Dryad, or they can maybe find a Magus if they have a Magus. I I think we're probably supposed to dismember now. And I do believe this works the way that I think it does. Unless I'm stupid and wrong, but we will find out. I'm killing the Skyclave now, so... Do not exile Dryad, please. No, it doesn't work the way I thought it did! Okay, well, never mind. Well, we were never going to be able to play around Skyclave anyways. I thought for sure this is like... Nah, it's separated. Usually they have them all on one line. Oh well. It's not. It doesn't. Don't do it. It's too late. It's been done. Can't be undone. I'm gonna keep our Razor around. He didn't do nothing to deserve a cruel fate. It's okay. We'll only get punished for not holding the Dismember if our opponent has exactly Magus in the top 14 cards, and that's assuming they even play it, which they may not. So I don't know that there's anything else we realistically would want to Dismember in the first place. So, I mean, we punted away a 3/3 token, but if we're resolving Titan, then hopefully that doesn't even matter. So we play Titan, get Valakut Vesuva, play and get 2 Valakut triggers. Then we play Vesuva copy Valakut, get 2 more triggers, and then play Forest for a total of 6 triggers, which would be 18 damage. So we should be... Oh my god! You have got to be kidding me! Okay. Well, now we don't have lethal, but we just have to try to sweep up their board, I guess. We can attack for 2? Not that it will do anything. Which... I'm fine. This is fine. This is totally fine. I guess 4 basic forests just isn't enough, chat. 4 basic forests is not enough. And what do we even get here? I guess, like, Talari West Bounce Land? We still just gotta wait here. Gotta see what happens. They can jump a creature. Or not. Oh, they might still do that, right? Yeah, it's on attack. We'll just save the damage here. So now if they find... playing for clock, yeah. Now if they find Solitude, they could Solitude our Titan. We would just transmute for something. I guess Titan and play Titan. Rallier. Jeez, man, they just keep abusing these White Orchid Phantoms. So now we're not going to be able to transmute Talari West unless we draw a Amulet. Gosh, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna be able to beat them on clock. They have 3 minutes, which is more than enough to get to lethal here. They're getting back to the Phantom, of course. Just mono White Orchid Phantoms against us. It's apparently good enough. We haven't had any Amulets either. Solitude, of course. I mean, we might be able to win on clock. They are at 2 minutes now. Another White Orchid Phantom. This is a freaking joke, dude. Okay. We'll play Mirror Pool. Here go. I don't think we're going to win on time, guys. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Said going for perfect victory. Oh, this is lethal with the Guide of Souls. Well, we'll let it be lethal, I guess. Just an extra 3 seconds. Alright, well, let's jump in for match 2, I guess. Our opponent's deck had a lot of cards, but in reality, they only had one card, and they played it over and over, and that card was the Orchid Phantom. On the draw. Yeah, there's nothing I can really do to fix that. I think it's just a YouTube thing, because it's not as bad when I stream on Twitch, but not much I can do about the delay. I'm not like delaying the stream or anything, it's just YouTube, I guess. There's also a massive delay on our opponent choosing whether they want to play first or not. As if 40 seconds is massive. Alright, well, I mean, we'll keep this. Chat disconnected. Successfully connected, okay. I don't know what that's about. We will keep this one. Ooh, we're playing against Boros. Okay, in theory, should be a good matchup. Let's play Cavern Naming Beast. And play turn 1 Amulet. Are you still there, chat? I don't know if I'll be able to see it. Arena of Glory. Fascinating. Still haven't really played a deck with Arena of Glory yet. A non-dashed, hasted Ragavan. That's not something you see every day. Oh, they exiled our third One Ring off the top. That's an interesting one to hit. Oh, they did that. What? I don't understand. They actually did dash it. Okay. Well, I'm gonna let them get another hit in with their dashed monkey if they want to. Because I want to make mana progress. So I'm gonna go ahead and explore here, I do believe. Summoner's Pact, hey. I mean, I guess we kind of want the Growth Chamber in hand. Next turn we can go bounce up to 5, Grazer up to 6, Titan. So we actually don't even have to play Grazer here. We're gonna name Giant, I guess. Although, if we play Grazer here, we get to chump block, or not chump block, we get to block Ragavan, and we don't need it for next turn. So we'll go ahead and deploy one of these and just not put a land into play. No. Alright. We have a blocker for Ragavan. Blocker established. We can just Titan this upcoming turn, or we could play the ring, or we could Titan, attack, get double bounce then, and then play the ring post-combat. The world is our oyster here. Bolt the Grazer and dash a monkey. They can just, am I crazy? They can just Arena of Glory out the monkey without having to dash it. It's like they want to pick it up or something. I don't understand. They hit our map. But like they could just be activating this, right? I don't get it. All right, now we don't even have to pack to get our Titan into play, so that's nice. Put our Simic here. Pick up the Cavern, play a Giant here. Oh, I guess I should have used the Cavern of Souls mana in case they had Mana Tithe. They could have had Mana Tithe, and I didn't play around it, because I was like, there's nothing they could have. I'm not even going to bother floating the Giant mana, because it just makes me have to click all the individual mana pips. Maybe I should have done it. Looks like our opponent doesn't have anything, though. Instead of playing Dryad, I'm just going to play the Ring here. Get Gruul Turf and Simic Growth Chamber. The One Ring. Well, there we go. Play a Johnny, okay. See what else we got in store here. Amtraptor. Okay. Ocelot Pride, okay. Bombardment. And they're just going in now, huh? They're doing a damage here. That doesn't really accomplish much. I don't know. I have a feeling they would probably still lose anyways. So they're going to kill our Titan here. It's a good thing I didn't go for the pack for Dryad route, because now I can just pack for... You thought I was going to say Titan, but I could pack for Cultivator Colossus if I wanted to. And I very well might do that. We could even haste Cultivator Colossus. I think they're wondering... Never mind. I was gonna say they were wondering something, but they're not. Did they gain life? I think they might have been able to go to Instep, make a Token with Pride, and then do the last damage to Titan and still be fine. But I think they were wondering about that rules interaction, perhaps. Oh, Dryad is also very good. Let's draw. Huh, yeah, we just have everything. Alright, so let's start by playing a Dryad. And then we'll play, I guess, Vestige, so that we can have one extra land drop after we resolve our Cultivator Colossus. Because we're going to be able to put Valakut into play with the Cultivator anyways. We want to have the extra land drop floating. Yep. Alright. Against Boros. We want these Dismembers in case they have Magus, and just because they're good in general. Oh wait, I was already doing the thing I shouldn't do. I need to explain at the end. So we want these. And these. Is it worth cutting all the sagas against them because they could have Blood Moon, or is it okay to keep a couple? Because we need to be able to have enough to get to turn 1 Amulet, but relying on Saga for having Amulet by turn 3 is not really the safest option. It's probably better to keep a couple Explorers instead. Oh, and Splunking obviously is really good if we're boarding out Saga, so could do that. Maybe we keep Summoner's Pact over another Explorer for consistency. Alright, so we're gonna take out these 8 and bring in these 8 right here. Alright, so... This is a turn 2 Grazer hand. We have Force to deal with Blood Moon. Turn 2 Grazer into turn 3 Ring is not the worst against them. We have Titan ready to go. I kind of don't think we can afford to mulligan this. I'm gonna try it. Yeah, the Analyst builds are super tedious. I find it so annoying to try to play this stupid Analyst builds. Alright, and we're gonna lead on Talari West, I guess. Get our tap land out of the way. Next turn we can play Mycosynth, filter for Grazer, and put in Bounce Land. Alright, they're swinging with their Guide of Souls. Just take some damage here, no problem. Play Ocelot. That, I mean, that's pretty much the 1-2 punch that they always want every game, right? This Guide of Souls plus Ocelot Pride. Ooh, Dismember is actually really good here. But we can't do that and also play Grazer. Is it better to Dismember the Ocelot Pride and pass? That also lets us keep Grazer for our Force. Maybe we just delay our Ring by 1 turn, play turn 4 Ring. I don't know whether it's better to kill Pride or Guide of Souls here either. I have to assume probably Ocelot Pride. I mean, they could also potentially have a Johnny as well. We would maybe want to dismember a Johnny. I think it's going to be okay to use this turn to dismember. I might go ahead and play the Mycosynth Gardens, though. The next turn we can Grazer and Gruul Turf, or just play it, depending on if we have to pitch to Force or not. But I think we're holding up Dismember and delaying our Ring by 1 turn. This is Dismember's job. It's what it's for, so let's use it. Do I hit the Pride now? I don't think I care about them gaining 1 life, to be honest. I think it's better to wait and see what else they play. Like, see what they have planned, and we'll put a stop on their second main phase so that we get a chance to dismember when they're trying to pass to instep. I don't think the extra 1 damage is going to matter. Oh, they might have Blood Moon here. If they do, then we get to force it. And we'll be glad that we held on to this Grazer. It is the Blood Moon. Let's go ahead and dismember the Pride now, I think. And keep the Guide of Souls, I think, is fine. And we don't have to force now. We can use this to get our Gruul Turf into play for free. Huh! And we just have basic Force, which is pretty cool. So now we get to curve Ring into Titan. We'll go to Instep here, because if they play Second Moon, we want to be able to hit that with Force also. A Johnny, okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. And now we're getting way more value out of our Ring, too. In fact, we could just not end of turn Force here. We could just play Forest and slam the 1 Ring. I guess that's kind of bad against Reprieve. Or not Reprieve, but Spell Pierce, or what am I saying? Mana Tithe. If they happen to have Mana Tithe, that's bad against that. But it's better against a second Blood Moon, which they could potentially have. I think they're more likely to have Blood Moon than Mana Tithe. I wonder if they could have Reprieve here, because some of these decks play Reprieve. We're just gonna untap and play the 1 Ring. Let's snap Resolve. We'll love to see that. And now we maybe get to hit their little enchantment as well if they play an enchantment to exile our Ring. Stasis, whatever. Yep, Static Prison, that's the one. Exactly that one, yeah. Honestly, though, playing a Titan on this board is not necessarily doing enough. They revealed another Ajani. Man, this lets them flip Ajani, which is really bad for us. We kind of need to find Dryad and Amulet off of our Static Prison reveals here. Or, not Static Prison, but the, you know, ring after we draw from the Static Prison being killed. I mean, at least we just took, oh, we're not taking any damage this turn, but... Yeah, Johnny being able to just dome us for a lot of damage is pretty bad. They're going deep on this cat token because they can. Alright, we definitely got to force these two. Pitching Grazer for sure, because we're probably going to need to be able to pack for Dryad or something. We'll draw with our ring. Alright, we need to find an Amulet here, please. Amulet in these cards. Explore. Alright, Amulet, 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 please. No Amulet. Okay. How do we survive this? Explore into an Amulet is a possibility. Or explore into a ring and play a new ring would also do it. Explore into Valakut would let us clear up their board by packing for Dryad as well. There's a lot of things that we could hit off of Explore here that let us get there. If we just play Land Titan, we're not really doing anything because they just kill us with Ajani and Flyers. So I think we have to explore into something. So let's start with Explore. Spelunking. Does Spelunking do it? We have 2 land drops, so we play Spelunking, put in a land, play land, Titan, haste off of Vestige, off of Valakut, Hanweir, get second Valakut bounce land, play Dryad second main. Probably lets us get somewhere. Alright, so we'll Spelunking. Put in Simic. I don't know that we can actually haste here, though, because we have Hanweir in hand. Pick up Gruul Turf. Play Gruul Turf. So we play Titan, get Valakut bounce land, play pack for Dryad, play Dryad, and play land. We get exactly 4 Valakut triggers. So we can go 1. Hold on, we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4. That's going to be the only way we can go about this, is Dryad after Titan, though. So where we point the triggers is something we can figure out on the fly. So we get Valakut. We have Vesuva in hand, so that's fine. Let's see, if we get bounce land here, there's really no reason to. We can just get Crumbling Vestige. So we'll just get Crumbling Vestige, I guess. 3, 3. We float a green with this, very importantly. Now we get Dryad. Ooh, we maybe could have gotten Bounce Land, Vestige, and then played Dryad, leaving red floating, play Hanweir, and haste, and attack, and get double Valakut, and it would have been a similar outcome. We just would have been able to attack for an extra 6 damage, so then maybe that would have let us push through the Ajani. Shame I didn't think of that before. So now we're just playing Dryad, and Vesuva copy Valakut. We only get 2 triggers here, too. So if we kill the Guide of Souls... Yeah, we would have gotten way more triggers that way. If we kill the Guide of Souls to stop them from... I mean, we're just dead here, right? Unfortunate. I don't even know for sure that going for the Dryad into Haste Titan, get double Valakut line would have been good enough. See, we would have gotten 2 Valcuts entering play with two lands entering play with 2 Valcuts, it would have been 4 triggers. We could have gone 1, 2, like 3, and then 4, and then done the rest of the damage to Ajani. There was another way. I didn't think about playing Dryad into Hanweir to haste. Okay, I don't think we want to change anything though. I mean, on the play we could maybe rely on Saga a little bit more. Probably having at least a couple to be able to get turn 1 or turn 3 Amulet is fine. Trim Explorer as well. I think we'll go like this to make our hands a little bit better. Why no Analyst? Because Analyst is really annoying to have to play with, to be honest. It's very tedious to click through, and I oftentimes find that just Analyst or Lotus Field on their own are like not great cards to have. Like you kind of have to have a lot of pieces working for Analyst to work, unless you're setting it up with Titan. And if you're setting Analyst up with Titan, you could just be setting up any other way to kill that doesn't require you to play Analyst and Lotus Field. So I'm not saying there aren't strengths to Analyst, there definitely are, but there are costs, and honestly, the cost of how complex it is to play and how much time it takes to click through is the main cost that I'm trying to get around at the moment by just playing Dryad Valcut instead and not playing Analyst at all. So, I don't know. It's possible it's worse, but we gotta mulligan this. By the way, no lands. Alright, this hand is freaking awesome, so we'll keep this one. And I guess we could just bin the Dismember, and I don't hate that. I think it's Dismember as opposed to the extra land, because this is one of these is going to be our 6th land for Titan, so. LMAO, okay. I'm curious why that's funny. We'll play our Amulet. See if they have the turn 1 static prison. They may. Or they have a turn 1 creature. Either way. They do have the prison. Alright. Force. Okay. Well, I'm very glad we have the extra land here. Oh, so they have no second land drop? Interesting. Alright. I think I'm leaving land in play here. Not 100% certain that is correct, but I think I am going for it. We'll draw immediately and pass. Mycosynth is not a bad pickup at all. See if they have a second static prison. See what we can draw. Just Guide of Souls Pass is not something I'm super afraid of. Grazer Titan, no bounce land, however. So let's go Forest, Grazer in, a Mycosynth. And honestly, I don't even think we need to play another ring here. I don't really see a reason, so we'll just pass, to be completely honest. And we win the match. Cool. All right, let's jump in for match 3. It's possible it's easier to play Analyst in paper, but I don't really play much paper anymore. I'm mostly just playing online. And so it's just so tedious and annoying to have to go through all the clicks. And I'm honestly not even convinced that it's worth it. Like, a lot of people are playing it, and obviously it has strengths. You know, being able to combo with Shifting Woodland against control decks in the late game is, like, nice. But honestly, most of those control decks are playing Magus anyways, and it's just, like, nothing is good against Magus, including Analyst. So, like, the loops are easier to present in paper for sure. I don't know. I've just found it nothing but annoying online, and yes, I've found it to be very powerful, but is it worth the opportunity cost to play it, you know, when it adds that much headache. Honestly, there's a lot of lines that require a lot of, deep analysis of exactly what to set up and, how to make sure you have all the resources to combo with Analyst that also take a lot of mental energy. It's like I can play multiple matches with this version of Amulet, with just Dryads and Valkuts because it's just not as complex, but like I feel more mentally exhausted after playing tons and tons of the other version as well, so. I have exactly 1 copy of Aftermath Analyst in paper and 2 Lotus Fields, but I haven't put the deck together. I would need 2 more Analysts, which wouldn't be hard to get. They're probably like 50 cents at most on TCG Player, but. Two Vestige, no Cavern. I can see that. I don't know that the Cavern's really contributing much. I just figured that having the 1 Cavern might be better utility than having a second Vestige. Not that Vestige is bad. I do like the second Vestige, to be fair. I just think that including a Cavern makes some sense. Agreed. It's way more taxing. And maybe it would be less taxing if I was like super more familiar, but I just don't have that much time to play. Yeah, Vestige is good in the Analyst version. I'm gonna be honest though, I don't exactly understand why. This hand would be really good if this Vestige was a bounce land. I mean, it's not bad otherwise. It's not great if our opponent has something to interact with our Amulet. These Summoners packs are basically mulligans. How likely are we to find a better hand on 6? I feel like it's not that crazy. I'm gonna keep it. I think I'm just more easily punished by mulliganing. Yeah, the leads do take way longer. Oh, Saga's very good. Lead on that. Maybe leading on Saga is not great against the Hallowed Fountain deck, but see if they just have turn 2 white land Wrath of the Skies. Or I guess they would just do that for 1 on turn. Oh goodness. Yeah, they could have Wrath of the Skies. Well, we might be getting Wrath here. Which means maybe we want to intentionally not commit Dryad, because it would just get swept up by Wrath. So let's go Vestige into Explore, I think. Monumental Hinge is unusual. I think maybe we want to actively not play the Dryad here. We could also just make a token. Although if we don't play Dryad, then we don't have any green. If we play Dryad into Valakut, the next turn we can get map, crack it, and be able to play Titan by packing for a Grazer. They would be able to Wrath for 3 if they just play a land and put 1 into X. They'd go up to 3 energy and be able to wipe our entire board pretty much. Are we beating Wrath in game 1 anyways, is the question. Because even Wrath for 1 here is pretty bad. I think we have to play into it. 1 eats the artifact and Saga. I think we're probably losing to Wrath either way. So I'm just gonna commit the Dryad. This also will fix us for green if we get to the point where we can use it. If they go land Wrath, then we probably just go straight to next game here. It looks like that might be what's happening because they're fetching immediately. Teferi, 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 not Wrath, Teferi. Okay. I mean, I guess I'm not conceding, but it doesn't feel like we can win. We just got 3 for 1 by Wrath of the Skies. That's great. Yeah. I'll just pass. Now we have to sit through the rest of this game where I never draw a green source and my opponent never does anything and we can never win because I can technically win. Like, I want to just concede here, but I'm officially not supposed to concede. Oh, they have Flage here now as well. No fetch land to bring it back. Well, we're technically not dead, although we can technically never win because they have probably like a Counterspell, an Archmage's Charm, and a Solitude in hand. And there's absolutely just no way we can possibly win. Here's Flage. At least it doesn't have haste. Dude, why? Why play this awful card in a Flage deck of all things? Like, it's just so bad. Gruul Turf is a good one. Honestly, maybe we should be picking up our Crumbling Vestige here. This game was GG after the Wrath. We'll find out. It finds Flage. They will have no problem finding Flage, I guarantee you that. This has got to be the worst land in their deck. Like, this could have been the red land that hastes, and we would be so toast here, but no, they have this land that doesn't tap for Counterspell, only taps for white from Flage, and not the red, and I feel like the red is a little harder for them to come by. I don't know, man. I just don't get it. Let's pick up our Vestige here, though. Yeah, we're still very toast. Absolutely put us on the panini press. That's how toasted we are. Hey, at the very least, if we're gonna be toast anyways, at least let me be French toast, because that's the type of toast that I would like to be. French toast is delicious. I'll take wheat toast with butter as well. That's a good type of toast. Imagine another Wrath here. They just Wrath again. You know what? Maybe I'm just over this game. Maybe this was not a game for us. Alright, well, we get to bring in a metric ton of defense grids. And Vexing Baubles. Boseiju, in case they have Dress Down, seems fine-ish. Spelunking seems fantastic. Dismember does Newthen. Cultivator is good. Grazer is awful. Summoner's Pact is pretty awful. Especially when we're bringing in Vexing Baubles. Oh wait, I did the thing again. Sorry guys, I did the thing again. At least I put these all in one stack here. Okay, we can trim. Let's see. Probably trim at least one Saga in the map. I don't think Saga is bad against them, it's just a liability specifically against Wrath, but we can play around Wrath. Was this all of our sideboard cards? 12? No, there's still some that I brought in that I no longer can see. So Boseiju was one of them. I don't know what the other ones were, to be honest. Oh, the forces are over here. Why are there forces here? Okay, so it's these 8. Are we supposed to bring in forces? I don't know why I had those in the deck. I don't think those should be here. Trim one more. Maybe it's just the Grazer, to be honest. Getting all the pack for Grazer could be important. We only have 2 packs anyways. Yep. I was intentionally leaving a Grazer, but I don't think that we actually need the one Grazer as a pack target, so we're gonna board out these 8 and board in these 8. Alright, we'll be on the play. Turn 2, Explore. Turn 3, Ring. I'll keep it. Vexing Bauble to cover their elementals and Force of Negations and that sort of thing. Probably leaning on Valcut so we can explore on turn 2. Alright, Valcut, go! Hopefully we can defense grid our opponent. That would be great. Another Explorer is fantastic. Explorer is probably about the best card in this matchup, so... See if they have Spell Pierce. Or Spell Snare. Saga. So if we go Saga, Vexing Bauble, they can Tune and then Wrath on 1, and that's pretty bad for us. We could play Saga and not play the Bauble to play around it. And then if they play 2-mana Sinkhole, it's not that bad, but it's not great. I think I'm just going to opt to go ahead and play Simic. And then go from there. Maybe we can play Saga One Ring this upcoming turn, so that they have to deal with one or the other, and continue holding Vexing Bauble. I don't think that's awful. We can start making Saga Constructs as well as our threat, and make them wrath away the Saga Constructs before we commit any other wrathable things to the board. For what it's worth, I only committed into the Wrath in game 1 because I had made the analysis. We weren't going to be able to beat Wrath, even if we didn't play the Dryad into it. I thought that we were too reliant on our Saga in that game to get us an Amulet, that even if they just Wrathed for 1 to kill our Amulet and Saga, we were still just going to be dead. So that's why I played the Dryad in the first place. But in this game, I'm going to try as carefully as I can to play around Wrath. Alright, opponent. Is this opponent or is this me? Is this my internet? I guess we'll just wait. We'll just chill, chat. How's it going? How's it going, Jasper? Oh, we finally get to pick up a land. Took a while. It did take a small while. Alright, Steeman's tapped. They don't have the white for Wrath of the Skies, and they milled one over, which is always great news. We're definitely playing... Oh, well, Saga into a potential 3 fairies, not fantastic, but we need to get something going. So we'll do this, play Ring, they'll counter it with their 1 mana. Yep, that one. And we'll pass back to them. We have another Ring where that one came from, so it's alright. We'll be chill. Although next turn we're probably just playing Explore and not committing another threat. Would you like to counter this, Explorer, opponent? No? Well then. We're going to do this, play Gruul Turf, pick up our... Honestly, we could pick up Saga, but I'm not about it. It's not my life right now. I'm gonna pick up an untapped land, get our Gruul Turf into play, and then move forward from here. Make them deal with these construct tokens. That's the plan. Deal with them. You got to. They're required. And then, when they think that they can force or subtlety us, we'll play a 1-mana little Vexing Bauble right before we cast our threat, and they'll go, crap. Ugh. Charmaw. Ew. I guess I should have picked up the Saga, I don't know. Amulet. Okay. Well, let's play a Ring. Oh, I should have played the Bauble. Oh well. We could have just gotten by force, but it's all good. We're all chill. Nothing bad ever happens here. Let's go this and then this. Dryad plus double Valakut just in play. Not bad. Here's a Vexing Bauble as well. And then we'll swing into their 4-4 with our 4-4. You may choose to trade if you wish. No trades, huh? Dryad just doming them with Valcuts here is pretty sick, not gonna lie. Alright, we got to untap with the ring, which I love. I love that. And a billion Titans is not bad either. Okay. Well, we can try to press the advantage now. Play Amulet, bounce land is 9 mana. Dryad is down to 6, bounce land is up to 10, so it doesn't get us to double Titaning this turn. So we could just slam Titan and pass. Play Amulet, land, Titan. Thanks for hanging out, Gorilla. Appreciate it. We go land, Amulet, Titan. Then they have to counter it. And the next turn we can go bounce land, Dryad, or yeah, bounce land, Dryad, bounce land, Valcut triggers, then Titan. Probably the best way to go about it. If we play Amulet and things don't work out immediately, then that means that we could lose our whole board to Wrath if they have a white land. So probably holding on to the Amulet is better than playing it. Although it would let us attack with the Charmaw, or attack into the Charmaw without losing our construct. But I don't think we can afford to play around that. So let's just go Titan here. See what happens. It resolved? Okay. I kind of can't believe that just resolved. They consign the trigger, sure. Right, well, I am gonna attack for 4, I think. See if they want to trade. They don't. Still just taking it, huh? Okay. They have a ring of their own. Well, unfortunately, we don't have a way to kill them at instant speed. We don't have, like, a fetch land or something. Don't want to play Dryad into a potential Wrath, so we're not going to do that. Play Dryad, threatening 12 damage from Valcuts. Because Titan is the more mana, the less mana efficient play, because by playing Titan last turn, that allowed us to be able to play Amulet into Dryad into Titan this turn and have 2 threats, as opposed to being less mana efficient. Let's draw with the One Ring, I guess. Cavern is good. Don't really want to commit a lot into a potential Wrath here. So we'll play Cavern, naming Dryad. We'll go to combat and attack with our Titan. This doesn't have flying, does it? It does. So attack with Titan, get Vesuva copy, and Mycosynth, perhaps? See, they have a ring in play. What if we try to set up a Mirror Pool here? What if we do, like, Mycosynth Mirror Pool, play Dryad and then Mirror Pool Titan on their upkeep? They could just then, it forces them to Subtlety, or not Subtlety, to Solitude, and pay the mana for it. I don't hate that. Now then we also use up our Mirror Pool, but honestly it's probably okay. I think it's a good line. I was expecting them to have a counterspell, and I didn't want my Dryad to get countered. I wanted to play something as mana efficiently as possible into potential counterspell so that the turn after we'd be able to double threat. I didn't think our Titan would just snap resolve. Let's go Dryad. We'll play Hanweir and send some triggers at this Charmaw here. And then on their upkeep, we're going to force them to have the Solitude And that means that they can't Wrath us, so we can untap and then kill them the turn after. Let's make a token copy of our Titan here. And because we have Vexing Bauble, they can't pitch to Solitude, so they just have to cast Solitude here. Or do nothing, I guess. That's fine too, or consign the trigger. Okay, that's okay. We can deal with that. They have to have actual factual Supreme Verdict here, I think. I thought the Dryad was worth more than the Titan, because the Dryad is more likely to be able to actually kill them, whereas the Titan just gets its land and maybe attacks, but Titan is weaker to a lot of things, including like Subtlety and Solitudes and stuff, whereas Dryad is a more resilient threat, and it's also cheaper, so... Okay, Orin's Chant? Sure. Alright, well, I can just kill you with land drops, you know that, right? I guess, does this prevent damage that they take? We'll find out shortly. Yeah, I didn't think so. Alright. And it ended up working out as well, so... Sky Turtle is kind of interesting, but probably not good enough. Right. Saga is actually decent against them when you know how to play around the Wrath. So maybe it's okay to, like, cut Viseiju and have the 4th Saga. I don't think I want map, though. Maybe we do want map, actually. Trim... something else. Mycos in the Gardens is super important for playing around Wrath. So let's keep those. Honestly, I'm just going to submit 61. It'll be fine. Imagine trying to play the stupid Analyst build against our opponent's deck. Things would be so much more complicated. Maybe we'd be better off for it. Maybe we'd have a better matchup. But this is just so much more simple. It's mostly a matter of taste. I've played a decent amount of Analyst, and I do think it's extremely powerful, and I see why everybody's playing it. However, it has the very distinct downsides of taking so long to play, being so tedious to play, being a lot more complex for, in my opinion, somewhat minimal, like, return on that investment. I just think it's, like, maybe overall not worth it. It's also just easier for me to play this version of the deck and go through multiple matches. This hand kind of sucks, I'm not gonna lie. But I guess we have to keep it. And we'll bottom the Orin Reef. I think it's better to have T-West naturally. Mycosynth is very good. We're still just going to lead on T-West. I don't want to give them the window to counter our turn on an Amulet with Consign to Memory, so... We want to play Amulet when it costs them something. Setting up for a potential Wrath later on, and they don't have double blue for Counterspell here because of the way they fetched, which is interesting to me. Tune the narrative now? Why? So if we play Amulet, we're not going to be able to copy it with Mycosynth, but that'll be fine. Let's just go ahead and play the Amulet now. If they want to Wrath it, that's fine. We could still play a Dryad next turn if we were to draw it, or like a Spelunking or Explore or something. But this kind of forces them to Wrath now and only get 1-for-1, and a 1-for-1 is okay. We really are relying on us top-decking real cards and not just more lands, but assuming we can top-deck real cards, losing the Amulet's not a huge deal. Especially if we top-deck exactly Spelunking. Is this Wrath? To stay at 2 energy? Or they're keeping up the blue so that they could have a counterspell for an artifact? fine. We'll play Simic, pick up our Mycosynth here. And now, next turn, we can transmute for, like, Cavern, perhaps? See if they play a Ring here. Looks like they might. Again, we need to draw actual real cards instead of more lands deck. Actual real cards. Defense Grid. Dryad is a good one. Is it better than transmuting immediately, though? I don't really think so. I think I'd rather Dryad here. Play, I guess, Forest Gruul Turf. Pick up the T-West, because we can just play Mycosynth and filter for blue if we absolutely have to. Resolving Dryad and Counter Magic seems good. There's hard casting of Charmaw. I mean, okay. I don't love that, but I don't really care about that too much. Summoner's Pact. We could pack for another Dryad here. I think it's kind of crazy, but we could do it. It'll be bad against another Charmaw. Nah. I think we're just going blue. Not filter for blue. Blue. We'll play Gruul Turf. Pick up the Forest. Float one here and transmute for Cavern. Next turn we can Titan. Are they hasting down Charmaw? 4 mana, huh? Yeah, a Charmaw. Okay. Well, that's pretty bad for us. We need a One Ring here. And for them not to counter it. Yeah, them having all the Charmaws this game is pretty gross against us right now. Alright, we'll go Forest, pass. And just Titan next turn and hope is good enough, I guess. I am attacking. We go to 4. And then we play an Uncounterable Titan, get some Val Cuts, and I guess just hope that that's good enough. Because that's all we can realistically do. Charmaw is very good. Flage to do 3 dust. Do they just have double Flage here? That would be pretty funny. It would be quite a way to lose. They do have double Flage. Alright. Well, we didn't really have a fast enough hand to deal with a double Charmaw clock. That's not the usual game against this deck, but alas, there it is. So let's jump in for the 4th one here. On the draw again? Okay. Alright, we'll keep this one for sure. See what our opponent's on. Fetch land pass, eh? Oh, that's a good one. Alright, we'll go Grazer in the Saga. Here go. Alright, so our opponent's on black-green here. And they kept a card on top, which is interesting. Is this like Yawgmoth, maybe? The immediate turn 2 Haywire Might. Oh my gosh. Alright, Mycosynth is a good one. I am just gonna play it and the Amulet here, so that next turn we can just play One Ring if we need to, or copy immediately and play Bounce Land into One Ring or something, I don't know. Just no benefit from holding the Amulet at this point, I don't think. Rumble. Our opponent's on Malevolent Rumble, huh? Chord, Zulaport, Wall of Roots, Endurance. They're on Rumble and Yawgmoth. That's unusual. What'd they take? They chose Wall of Roots. And they played Wall of Roots. Okay. It's really unusual to see Rumble and Yawgmoth. Alright, let's copy Amulet. And then we'll play Simic and pick up our Forest, I think? I don't know, I'll think about that for a second. Because we can potentially top deck another Bounce Land. If we keep the Simic in hand, then all we need is any +1 ramp spell next turn to be able to get to Titan. So Titan plus a +1 ramp spell off of the ring would be good enough. I think we're supposed to keep the Bounce Land in hand because of that, as opposed to having to draw exactly a Bounce Land. And there's our Titan, so... Or that's one of the two pieces, I should say. This could be a Titan or a Grazer, depending on what we draw, so... Pact was a fantastic draw. Rewarded for having Mycosynth cards in the deck, by the way. The Orcish Bowmasters, okay. Not super worried about that one. And Cauldron. Well, they can make Haywire Mites. Okay, I'm definitely worried about the stupid Haywire Mite things going on here. That's not great. And they do hit an Amulet, that's fine. And by fine, I mean I'm dying inside, but there's not much I can do about it. Dryad's fantastic. Let's draw with the ring. See what we see. Second Amulet, and we could win this turn. No Amulet. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna play Dryad then. We'll go Simic, pick up Forest, play Dryad, play something else. And them having Haywire Mite and Cauldron in game 1, unbelievable, dude. Are we supposed to, maybe we're supposed to Beseiju this Cauldron right now. I think we are. So we can go Titan this upcoming turn, assuming they don't have anything. Don't know if that's a good assumption, but we gotta play to what we can. And letting them just Haywire Mite our next Amulet, probably not a great idea, so. Alright, let's see if we die to Yawgmoth things. They put a card on top. Don't really know what that means. They make some green mana with a wall. Play a Yawg. Next turn they can chord for 3. Oh, they can chord for Hapatra if they happen to have chord in hand. And that would be hard for us to beat. And that's an understatement. Oh, they're drawing immediately, so there's no chord in store then. Interesting. Push Dryad. I mean, I guess we'll take a jump block. No creatures in play is better against Hapatra. We can play One Ring and try to go from there. We're another +1 ramp spell away from Titan. Oh, that one's a really good one. Alright, so now we don't really need anything. So we'll play a Bounce Land, Pact for Dryad, play Dryad, then play Titan. And that will be all that she wrote. I guess there's no reason not to draw with Ring here. No, we could draw our Hanweir and it would be really bad, so let's not. Alright, here's Dryad. Yep, there we go. Go to game 2. We have Dismembers, which actually work against Yawgmoth, which is nice. Force of Vigor is good against exactly Cauldron and nothing else, so I don't really want it. Oh wait, I was about to do the thing again. So we want the Spelunking. Bauble is good against specifically Chord, but they can pay mana to cast their Chord, so it's probably not good enough. The Sage is good against their thing. Colossal Sky Turtle doesn't seem like it does enough. I mean, if we get a chance to bounce Yogg with it, it's good, but like, yeah, we'll have the turtle, I guess. Trim a Pact. Trim a couple Grazers. We'll trim on Saga stuff. Actually, I want to keep 3 Sagas, I think. I think we just trim another Grazer, to be honest. That or a Pact. Trim 3rd Grazer, though, I think. Right, so we're taking out these 6 and bringing in these 6. Oh, wait. What is it doing? I don't know how the second Saga got out there. Alright, this hand's great. We just need to find a bounce land, but we are on the draw as well, so we'll keep it. Might want to be careful about when we expose our Amulet here, because they can have Haywire Might at any point, so just playing Amulet on turn 1, maybe not a good plan here. It also depends on what we draw. If we draw like a Grazer or something, or even a Dryad, it might be right to just play Garden's Amulet so we could potentially turn to them. Halfling is good. Oh, there's a bounce land. So if we go Mycosynth, the next turn we go bounce land, Amulet. Yep, so we go Mycosynth Amulet. Next turn we go bounce land, copy Amulet, leave a green floating. We can pack for Grazer and get up to 4, but we need to draw another +1 spell to get to Titan mana. Whereas if we are careful with our Amulet, we don't just get immediately hit by Haywire Might. I think I'm playing the Oran Wreath here and passing. We could dismember Halfling. I don't think that it's necessary or necessarily a good idea. It's not bad, though. Slowing them down a little bit is worth something. That said, if we're not playing Amulet this turn, when are we playing Amulet? Because, like, let's say we play Oran, and the next turn we play, what, Amulet, Land, and Dismember, and then go for the copy on our turn 3. That does lead us to Titan, and it gives them one less turn for Haywire Might, so they'd have to play it, like, preemptively. Alright, I think I'm going to Dismember this turn, and then go for Amulet this upcoming turn. Ooh, Damping Sphere. Interesting. Well, now I wish this Oran Reef was entering untapped. It's alright, though. We'll play Amulet and Oran Reef. Down the line, Dryad can fix us for green. Soul Cauldron is not super scary. At least at the moment. So if they have Force here, they could. One Ring is good. Let's explore. Bounce lands are honestly not great here, but we will do what we gotta do, and that is play them. Slow and hard way to do it, but it is what we gotta do, so here we go. And we can play Ring next turn. Oh, they played out a Beseiging. That's gotta be good for us. Do they have any creatures over there? What? Okay. Alright, well, let's just jump in for the last one. See if we can salvage this league into a 3-2. Get our value back at the very least. Well, thank you for those of you who are still watching, who stuck around with me until the very end, or as long as you could. I appreciate each and every eyeball that is appreciating this stream. My sometimes subpar, but sometimes genius level Amulet Titan play. Thank you for choosing to spend your, I'm assuming it's Saturday for you guys also, your Saturday with me. And if you're watching this at home, thank you very much for getting to this point. And if you did get to this point, why aren't you subscribed yet? Simple question. All right. Last match, and we're on the play finally. All right, be on the play for sure. Turn 1 Saga. No turn 2 land play. Very weird hand. We're definitely keeping this. There's a non-zero chance that we just play bounce land and pick up Saga on turn 2. It's a hard way to do it, but sometimes life is hard. Sometimes life is hard and you just have to deal with it. And if we draw any other land that we can play that isn't a bounce land, then we just get to turn 3 Ring here. Ideally, we'd pick up a Crumbling Vestige, so we can play Vestige on turn 2 and explore, and then just be super set up for the entire rest of the game. Vestige would be the single best top deck. Devourer of Destiny. Okay, so we're playing against a Eldrazi deck. Here's Saga Go. Eldrazi is an interesting matchup to play against. Probably a good matchup, but it depends on each player's draw. If we draw like Mycosynth Gardens, then we're probably like 99% to win here. Mycosynth would be good. Vestige would be acceptable. I think actually Mycosynth is probably the best possible draw, now I'm thinking about it. Ugin's Lab, pitching their Devourer, and a Talisman on 1. So they're setting up really well here. Valakut is land we can play, so we'll take it. Pass to you. Next turn we can bounce land, explore into probably bounce land, play the Ring. Or just try to make mana progress. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, and Thought Knot is pretty good here, but survivable for sure. We top deck, so if they take the Ring and we top deck Amulet, we just win immediately. So that's cool. It's not exactly winning because we don't have actual lethal, but it's probably winning because we put double Titan into play and, you know, Besage them at least once. And oh, they take Summoner's Pact of all things, really? I'm a little surprised at that. I guess they have Karn to shut down our Ring, maybe? We found the Amulet too. Okay. Let's see if we can top deck the Titan after we cast this Explorer as well. Because we will do that. So here's a Gruul Turf. And we'll pick up the Valakut and we'll explore. See what we see. Grazer is not a Titan, so instead we will play Valakut and play Ring. I guess we could have played Bounce Land and played Ring. Let's see, we could draw a Dryad that we would want to play, so let's leave the green floating. And we'll draw with our Ring immediately. Cultivator Colossus. Alright, well, we know what we're doing next turn. They can't Thought Not Seer us this turn because we have protection, so... Yeah, if we get to untap, which I think we most likely will, then we're in pretty good shape. Redundant Urza Land is always good to see. 5 mana. I don't know what they would play. Smasher, maybe? K-Command for 3. Okay. What are they even doing? Scry 3, draw a card, and make 3 spawns? Doesn't scare me at all. Alright, I think we're about to just Cultivator Colossus our poor opponent. The nice thing about playing this build against our opponent is that Kolaghan's Command does not exile our graveyard, which would be relevant, you know, or it exiles our graveyard, which would have been relevant against an Analyst build, but because we don't play Analyst, we literally don't care about K-Command. We almost never have to play around it. Alright, let's draw 3 lands. That's 1 land. 2 more lands, please, to go with this Cultivator. Oh, we found a Titan. You know what? I'll accept that. Alright, so here is a bounce land. And then we're going to search for... Honestly, I'm just going to play Cultivator first, perhaps. Because I don't want to deal with all the triggers. Nah, that's alright. I'll Titan into double bounce land into Cultivator, because that's going to net us the most possible cards, assuming our opponent doesn't scoop, which they just did, so. Alright, against them... They have talismans. I think that Force is probably good against talismans. It's probably good enough to have 1 copy, but maybe not more than that. Dismembers are good against specifically Thought Not Seer, and that's about it. Again, I think exactly 1 Dismember is fine, but not more. Is Dismember really better than Ring, though? I don't think so. Force is probably good enough because they also play Karn, but they're never Karning for anything that we want to force immediately, so... Just keep a Ring, I guess? We can trim 1 Grazer and keep the 2nd Ring, just we have things that will draw us cards. I think I'm okay with this. Trimming 1 Ring against potential Karns seems alright. Alright, so we're sideboarding out these 3 and bringing in these 3. Alright, this hand has 0 access to Amulet, so it's pretty gross already. Cultivator in hand, which is not really helping, but it's technically good against the Stone Brain. If we were on the play, I might be more inclined to keep this. We do have Boseiju to interact with their mana. Honestly, though, I think we can just do better. Yep, this hand's better. We'll keep it, and we'll bottom this Force, because we don't even know for sure that it has real targets. And we'll go Oran Reef Go. We can play Dryad next turn if we want to. The extra Spelunking is good whenever you're boarding out Urza Saga. Almost every matchup where you're ever boarding out Urza Saga, you want the extra, you want the Spelunking because it's another Amulet effect. Alright, I'm just gonna play everything here. I guess they could have Boseiju, which would be annoying. Yeah, they do. Well, like I said, that is annoying. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna Grazer out a land here. Oh, I should have Grazered in the Oran Reef to get the +1/+1 counter on the Grazer. What a punt. Well, we need to find a bounce land. Might exiling our Amulet doesn't really matter at this point at all. because we have no bounce land, so... Opponent on another redundant Tron land, which I always love to see. Cultivator. Well, we're gonna be casting Explore, so let's explore. Alright, lands are good. We'll take lands. Playing everything out at this point. Still want to find a bounce land off the top. We can make our Dryad swole enough to block a Thought-Knot Seer, so that's cool. We will do that. And it plays... Well, it doesn't play around Dismember because it's exactly 5, but... Blocking a Thought-Knot Seer is not a small thing. There's Temple. See if they have Smasher. They very well might. Well, so mainly you're boarding out Sagas against decks that have like Magus or Blood Moon and that sort of thing. So that's a big place that you're usually looking for it. But let's go ahead and swing in. Oh wait, we're not gonna swing in against the One Ring that they just played. But yeah, I mean, you want the Splunkings and matchups where your opponent can answer your Amulet. So against white decks that play like Prismatic Ending or Wear and Tear, Static Prison, that sort of thing, you want it there. You want it against red decks that have access to Magus of the Moon or Blood Moon, or Alpine Moon, that sort of thing. You want it against blue decks that are playing like Consigned to Memories that will easily counter your Amulets, but also like Magus of, or Harbinger of the Seas, I believe is the name of the card. You want it there as well. Alright, we're just playing out Double Grazer and pumping them up with Oran Reef at this point. We're already seeing the Oran Reef value, by the way. Let's activate this Oran Reef. Swing it back to our opponent. They cannot attack into our board because it's gigantic. They have One Ring going though, and we have pretty much nothing, so I think we're just gonna lose here. Their Boseiju really got us good. The Haywire Mite was kind of a nail in the coffin, especially since we just drew 2 more dead Grazers instead of like a bounce land or really anything good. So, not much we can do about this. Kick Michael Spawn to exile our Oran Reef will probably be enough for me to scoop it up. I'm curious what they chose to hit here. Hit the Mirror Pool. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm still gonna pack it in here because I don't think that we can beat Active Ring, so. Alright, we'll be on the play and it'll be fine. And I don't think we want to change anything, so here we go. Could trim another Grazer perhaps, but I don't know what else we're bringing in, so. Force does not seem that good, to be honest, but it's 1 copy, we'll be fine. This is the last match, game of the league. See if we can get the 3-2 or not. All right, on the play. We got a turn 1 Amulet hand. Turn 1 Amulet, turn 2 Dryad. I mean, we're definitely keeping it. Got a bunch of Explorers ready to go. We can cycle these to try to find our land drop for turn 2. So we don't have to leave the Squirrel's Turf in play. Love that we're on the play here with the Amulet, so our opponent can't just immediately Haywire Mite us out of the game. They might still do that, to be fair, but at least we get to get our Dryad down and cycle these Explorers. See if they have the Talisman here. No? Okay. Oh, now we just get to win. A turn 2 win for the final match. The final game of the final match. Okay. I'm not complaining. Won't hear me complaining. We'll explore. And we just naturally draw the Titan too, huh? We just get to do it all here. We'll just keep cycling these explorers. I don't think there's anything you can draw here that would really be a problem. We get to do double Titan the natural way. We might even be able to set up third Amulet with Mycosynth Gardens here. I think we will be able to do that and be able to copy a Titan and then attack with 3 of them. That would be nice. Okay, we'll pick up the Boseiju now. Play Titan. So we get, we have 3 floating. Yeah, so we would have been able to get Bounce Land and Mycosynth Gardens and been able to copy the Amulet for 3 copies of Amulet, so. Triple Amulet turn 2, totally fine. All right, so we ended up 3-2 with this list. I think it's pretty clear that Dryad without the Analyst combo is still viable. I don't know if it's better than playing Analyst, but I mean, if it's your preference not to play the deck with Analyst, I don't see why you couldn't. It was just refreshing to be able to play this when the Analyst combos are so convoluted, and I don't know. The only thing I can seem to say is that whenever I play the Analyst deck, I always feel like I'm doing so much worse with it. I don't know why. Like, I'm timing out because it takes so long to play. I play against people with Graveyard Hate who, you know, mess with our Analyst stuff. I miscount on Analyst things, like I think I can Analyst combo, but I'm missing an important part, like a Shifting Woodland or whatever. This deck, you don't have to deal with any of that BS. You just get to play good old-fashioned Dryad, Primeval Titan, Amulet, and I don't know, man. There's just something you just can't mess with the original formula. So hopefully you guys enjoyed joining me for this league, and let me know what you would like to see in the next. I am an MTGO creator, so I can play any and every card, any deck. So if you have suggestions for things I should try out, then let me know. But yeah, I guess I'll see you guys in the next video. This is Red Face Menace, signing off. All right, y'all. Thank you for joining me for the YouTube Live. Not something that happens all that super often. I appreciate each and every one of you who popped into chat to say hello, to hang out, to see what was going on. And I guess I will see you guys in the next live stream / video, whenever you next see me. Thank you all for joining, and see you guys in the next one.